In a quiet suburb of New Mexico, a boy named Miguel Santos grew up. He was born into a poor family, where every day was a struggle for survival. From childhood, Miguel saw his parents work from morning to night, trying to earn a living. Despite the difficult conditions, the Santos family was friendly, and Miguel always felt their love and support. However, life in this area was not so rosy. Gangs ruled the streets, and Miguel witnessed violence and crime more than once. These events left a deep imprint on his mind, gradually shaping his views on the world. Miguel realized early on that honest work did not bring the wealth and respect he so craved. At school, Miguel did not show much interest in studying, preferring to spend time outside with local children. His sharp mind and natural charisma quickly attracted the attention of older teenagers associated with crime. Miguel began carrying out small assignments for local drug dealers, gradually plunging into the world of illegal activities. His skills and intelligence did not go unnoticed. Miguel quickly moved up the criminal hierarchy, gaining trust and respect. By the age of 18, he already controlled a small area, responsible for the distribution of drugs in his area. Unlike others, he did not seek violence unnecessarily, preferring to solve problems through intelligence and diplomacy. Miguel dreamed of more. He wanted to go beyond his area, create his own empire, and become one of the most powerful people in the criminal world. Inspired by stories of great drug lords, he began to carefully plan his actions, striving to realize his ambitious goals. Over time, his influence grew, and Miguel began to gather loyal people around him, ready to do anything for their leader. He knew that the path to the top would be difficult and dangerous, but he was willing to risk everything to achieve his dream. Thus began the story of one of the most dangerous drug dealers in America, the story of a man who walked towards his goal step by step, without looking back. Miguel Santos, now a young man, continued to build his criminal empire. His success did not go unnoticed, and he soon attracted the attention of larger players in the drug market. They saw him as both a threat and a potential ally. Some tried to intimidate him, but Miguel always found a way to get out of difficult situations with minimal losses, thanks to his cunning and determination. Over time, he began to collaborate with large cartels, which allowed him to significantly expand his operations. He established a stable supply of drugs from South America, which allowed him to increase sales and income. Miguel skillfully allocated resources, investing part of the money in infrastructure development and bribing government officials to ensure protection of his activities. One of the key moments in his career was the creation of his own cartel. He attracted the best specialists in various fields to his organization: financiers, lawyers, engineers, and, of course, fighters. Each member of his team was carefully vetted and selected to avoid betrayal and information leaks. Miguel understood that power and influence could only be maintained through fear and respect. He did not tolerate betrayal and cruelly punished those who tried to go against him. However, unlike many other drug lords, he tried to minimize violence, preferring to solve problems peacefully whenever possible. This allowed him to avoid unnecessary attention from law enforcement agencies and competitors. One of the most difficult periods in Miguel's life came when a powerful Mexican drug lord, who controlled key drug supply channels, stood in his way. The conflict between them lasted several years and was accompanied by numerous skirmishes and bloody showdowns. In the end, thanks to his cunning and strategic thinking, Miguel was able to achieve victory, eliminating his enemy and taking control of his territory. This victory made his name known in criminal circles. Miguel Santos became a symbol of success and power, a man who was able to rise from the very bottom and reach the top. But as his influence grew, so did the dangers. He understood that maintaining his empire would not be easier than building it. New challenges and enemies awaited him ahead, ready to do anything to overthrow him from his pedestal. However, Miguel was ready for these challenges. He continued to strengthen his position, build new connections, and develop his organization. His story was just beginning, and new achievements and victories awaited him. Miguel Santos's influence and wealth continued to grow, and he soon became one of the most powerful drug lords in America. His operation covered not only the entire United States, but also large parts of Latin America. Miguel became a legend in the criminal world, and his name evoked respect and fear. However, success brought with it new threats. Internal conflicts and external attacks became an integral part of his life. Miguel understood that the key to survival was constant development and adaptation. He began actively introducing modern technologies into his organization, hiring the best specialists in cybersecurity and data analytics. This allowed him to stay one step ahead of competitors and law enforcement agencies. One of the most significant steps in his career was the creation of a system of hidden laboratories and transport networks that were virtually invulnerable to law enforcement. He invested huge sums in bribing officials and ensuring the security of his operations. Miguel also developed a network of legal businesses through which he laundered his income and created the illusion of a law-abiding entrepreneur. His next goal was to expand his influence internationally. Miguel began to establish connections with European and Asian drug cartels, which allowed him to expand his supply and increase profits. He also created a network of agents and informants who informed him of the movements of competitors and law enforcement agencies, allowing him to always be one step ahead. However, as his empire grew, so did his ambitions. Miguel decided that controlling drug trafficking alone was not enough. He began investing in politics, funding election campaigns, and promoting his people to key government positions. His influence became so great that he could control decisions at the highest level, allowing him to protect his interests and expand his business without much hindrance. But despite all the success, Miguel did not forget about his safety. He surrounded himself with loyal bodyguards and created a complex security system to protect himself and his family from possible threats. Miguel knew that his enemies were not asleep, and any wrong step could cost him his life. Over time, his name became synonymous with fear and respect. Miguel Santos has become a legend, a man who was able to rise from the very bottom and build one of the most powerful criminal empires in the world. But new challenges and trials awaited him. His enemies were eager to overthrow him, and law enforcement agencies did not give up trying to catch him on the hook. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. His path was full of dangers and obstacles, but he was ready for anything. Miguel knew that the only way to survive was to always be one step ahead, and he was willing to do anything to hold on to his empire and keep his legend alive. Miguel Santos, having achieved a certain level of stability and influence in his empire, decided to take it to the next level and expand his operations throughout America. He understood that for this, it was necessary to create a reliable and efficient transport network that would allow drugs to be transported quickly and safely to anywhere in the country. To begin with, he began to cooperate with logistics companies controlled by criminal organizations that already had established routes and experience in the illegal transportation of goods. Miguel invested heavily in upgrading their infrastructure and creating a double-entry bookkeeping system that made it possible to hide the true nature of the goods being transported. He also began recruiting top logistics and transportation professionals, offering them huge sums of money for their services. Miguel knew that only professionals could ensure the safety of his cargo and minimize risks. He organized training for his employees, where they were taught how to avoid the attention of law enforcement agencies and pass inspections. An important element of his strategy was the use of the latest technologies. Miguel invested in the development and implementation of real-time cargo tracking systems, which made it possible to monitor each shipment and quickly respond to any unforeseen circumstances. It also began using drones for reconnaissance and route monitoring, allowing it to detect and avoid police ambushes. To improve the safety of his operations, Miguel established a strict control system at all stages of transportation. Each link in the chain was responsible for a certain section of the route and did not know the full picture of the operation, which minimized the risk of information leaks in the event of the arrest of one of the participants. This created an additional layer of protection for the entire network. Miguel also established cooperation with local criminal groups in different states, which helped him distribute drugs locally. In return, he provided them with access to his resources and technology, which greatly strengthened their position and loyalty to him. This allowed him to create a powerful and extensive network covering almost the entire territory of the country. Over time, his operations became so efficient and secretive that law enforcement agencies were not even aware of the scale of his business. Miguel skillfully used his political connections to obtain information about possible raids and investigations, which allowed him to always be one step ahead. His empire flourished, generating huge profits and strengthening his influence. But despite all the successes, Miguel did not forget about caution. He understood that the higher you rise, the more painful it is to fall. He constantly improved his security systems and thoroughly vetted every new employee. There was no room for mistakes or weakness in his world. Miguel Santos became not just a drug lord, but a true master of logistics and strategy, who was able to turn his criminal empire into a powerful and efficient machine. His name inspired fear and respect, and his operations became a benchmark for other criminal organizations. But new challenges and trials awaited him. The enemies did not sleep, and law enforcement agencies continued their attempts to stop him. Miguel knew that maintaining his empire would not be easier than building it, but he was ready for anything. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and dangers. Miguel Santos continued to expand his operations, and his network began to cover all major cities in America. In each of these cities, he had his own people who monitored the implementation of his orders and maintained order. Miguel's influence was so great that he began to control not only the drug trade, but also various legal businesses, using them as a cover for his illegal operations. One day, Miguel decided to expand his supplies to Canada, seeing this as a new profitable market. He began looking for connections with local criminal groups and soon found suitable partners. However, this step turned out to be difficult. Canadian police were more vigilant and competitors more aggressive. Miguel understood that to succeed he needed to act even more carefully and smarter. To do this, he recruited the best security and intelligence specialists to his team, who could proactively identify and neutralize threats. He also began using more complex drug trafficking schemes, including fake documents and multi-layered routes that were nearly impossible to trace. Miguel also paid great attention to reputation. He understood that respect and fear were key factors in his success. He began to actively invest money in charitable projects, building schools and hospitals in poor areas, creating the image of a benefactor. This not only improved his public image, but also ensured the loyalty of the local population, who now saw him as a protector and patron. However, his enemies did not sit idly by. Local competitors in Canada began to unite against Miguel, trying to force him out of the market. They organized attacks on his men, disrupted supplies, and bribed officials to interfere with his operations. But Miguel was ready for these challenges. He strengthened the security of his cargo, introduced new methods of encrypting information, and began to brutally deal with traitors and enemies. Over time, his operations in Canada became as successful as those in America. Miguel created a powerful network that functioned like a well-oiled machine. His influence spread throughout North America, and his name became synonymous with power and success in the criminal world. But despite all the successes, Miguel did not forget about his roots. He often recalled his childhood and the difficulties his family faced. These memories motivated him to keep fighting and never give up. He understood that the world of crime was cruel and merciless, and that the only way to survive was to always be one step ahead. Miguel also began to think about the future of his empire. He understood that he could not run everything himself forever, and that he needed to prepare a successor. He began training his younger brother, who was just as smart and ambitious as himself. Miguel wanted his business to continue after he left and for his legacy to live on. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. He was ready for any challenge and knew that the future belongs to those who are ready to fight for it. Miguel Santos remained the king of the criminal world, and his path to the top was full of dangers and triumphs. While Miguel Santos continued to build his criminal empire, his younger brother Alejandro began to become increasingly involved in the organization's affairs. Alejandro was smart, ambitious, and loyal to his older brother. Miguel carefully trained him in all the ins and outs of the business, preparing him for the eventual moment when he would hand over the reins to him. However, Miguel's enemies were not asleep. They knew that the younger Santos posed a significant threat to their plans and saw his elimination as an opportunity to weaken Miguel. One of his fiercest competitors, a drug lord named Raul Gutierrez, decided to strike a blow that would destroy Miguel emotionally and strategically. Raul developed an insidious plan. He knew that Alejandro frequented one of the nightclubs in Miami, where he met with key partners and controlled local operations. Raul decided that this was the ideal place for an attack. He carefully prepared his men, equipping them with the latest weapons and tracking technology. One night, while Alejandro was at the club, Raul gave an order. A sudden attack began in the club. Raul's fighters burst into the building, opening fire on everyone inside. Alejandro and his bodyguards found themselves in the middle of a brutal battle. Despite all their skills and training, the bodyguards could not protect him from such an unexpected and powerful attack. Alejandro was fatally wounded during the shootout. He managed to send a short message to Miguel, warning him about the attack, but it was too late. When Miguel arrived, he found his brother lying on the floor of the club, surrounded by the bodies of dead guards and attackers. Alejandro was still alive, but his wounds were too serious. Miguel, holding his brother in his arms, felt rage and bitterness of loss. He promised himself that he would avenge Alejandro's death and began preparing his forces to strike back. His grief and anger only made him more determined and cruel. The enemies were not destined to escape his revenge. With the death of his brother, a new, even more cruel stage in the life of Miguel Santos began. He mobilized all his resources, developing a strategy to destroy everyone involved in this attack. A wave of violence began that swept across the entire criminal world. Miguel became even more merciless, and his enemies began to disappear one by one. Alejandro's death was a tragic page in the history of the Santos Empire, but it also strengthened Miguel, making him even more relentless and determined. Now his mission was not only to expand his influence, but also to avenge his brother and show everyone that no one dares challenge his power. Miguel Santos was determined to find those behind the murder of his brother Alejandro. He understood that this attack was carefully planned and executed by professionals, which meant that the enemy was strong and influential. Once Miguel began his investigation, he focused on several key aspects. The first step was to gather all possible information about the attack. Miguel ordered his best people to interview all the witnesses who were in the club that night. He knew that even the most insignificant detail could become the key to the solution. Numerous interrogations were carried out, and it soon became clear that shortly before the attack, several suspicious persons were noticed in the club, who clearly did not belong to regular visitors. The next step was to study surveillance video footage. Miguel personally reviewed each entry, hoping to find at least some clue. On one of the recordings, he noticed a man who was acting strangely and was clearly following Alejandro's movements. The man's face was clearly visible on the recording, and Miguel ordered his men to find out his identity. At the same time, Miguel began to investigate who might have a motive for killing his brother. He made a list of all his enemies and competitors who might wish him harm. The name of Raul Gutierrez, one of the most brutal and ambitious drug lords, stood out on this list. Miguel had an old score to settle with Raul, and he suspected that he might take the opportunity to strike a blow against his family. Miguel also decided to use his political connections to gain access to information that might not have been available through conventional methods. He bribed several high-ranking officials and law enforcement officials to provide him with information about the investigation that was underway into the attack. This information confirmed his suspicions. The tracks really led to Raul Gutierrez. One of the informants told Miguel that a group of mercenaries who worked for Raul were behind the attack. These mercenaries were professionals in their field and had more than once performed dirty work for various criminal organizations. Miguel ordered his men to find and hunt down these mercenaries to learn more about Raul's plans and his next move. Soon they managed to capture one of the mercenaries who participated in the attack on the club. Miguel interrogated him personally, using every possible method to get the information he needed. The mercenary, broken under pressure, admitted that the order to kill Alejandro actually came from Raul Gutierrez. He also revealed the location of the base where the rest of the mercenaries were hiding. Miguel was ready to retaliate. He carefully planned the operation to destroy everyone who was involved in his brother's death. He left no detail unattended to ensure the success of his mission. On the appointed day, his men attacked the mercenary base, eliminating everyone who was involved in the attack. But Miguel knew that this was just the beginning. The main target, Raul Gutierrez, was still at large. Miguel was determined to see the matter through and destroy his sworn enemy. A bloody war awaited him ahead, but he was ready to do anything to avenge his brother and show everyone that no one dares to challenge the Santos family. Miguel Santos, having dealt with the mercenaries, realized that the main target, Raul Gutierrez, was still at large. He knew that this would not be an easy task, since Raul was a cunning and treacherous enemy. However, Miguel was determined to destroy him in order to avenge his brother and restore justice. Miguel began by carefully examining all of Raul's possible hiding places. He activated his network of informants, which covered not only the United States, but also many countries in Latin America. Using his connections and resources, he began to collect information about Raul's movements and plans. One of his informants, who worked for the police, said that Raul had recently moved to a well-guarded estate on the border with Mexico. Miguel knew that an attack on the estate would be difficult and risky. He began to plan the operation with the utmost care. He gathered the best fighters from his team, equipped with the latest weapons and equipment. Miguel also hired tactical and intelligence professionals to ensure the success of the operation. The operation began early in the morning. Miguel and his team moved towards the estate, using secret routes to avoid detection. As they approached the target, they used drones to conduct reconnaissance and assess the situation. The estate was well protected: high walls, guards, video surveillance systems, and armed patrols. Miguel and his team acted quickly and decisively. Using smoke bombs and grenades, they neutralized the guards at the entrance and entered the estate. Inside, new obstacles awaited them: automatic turrets and hidden traps. However, thanks to excellent preparation and well-coordinated teamwork, they successfully moved forward. Finally, they reached the main building, where, according to intelligence information, Raul was located. There were fierce firefights inside, but Miguel did not stop for a moment. His rage and determination were so strong that he seemed invulnerable. He knew that every step brought him closer to his goal, revenge for the death of his brother. In one of the halls, Miguel finally ran into Raúl. He was surrounded by his best fighters, but even they were not enough to stop Miguel. During a fierce firefight, most of Raúl's guards were killed, and Miguel was finally left alone with his enemy. Raúl, realizing that his end was near, tried to negotiate, offering money and power in exchange for his life. But Miguel wasn't going to listen. For him, this was a personal matter, and no amount of wealth could replace the loss of his brother. With a cold gaze and determination, he took the final step, ridding the world of Raúl Gutiérrez forever. Raúl's death was just the beginning. Miguel knew that enemies would try to take his place, and new threats were inevitable. But now he was stronger and more determined than ever. He avenged his brother and restored justice, but his journey was not yet complete. New challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Miguel returned to his team, who greeted him with respect and admiration. They knew that under his leadership they would be able to overcome any difficulties and resist any enemies. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. He was ready for them, knowing that many more battles and victories awaited him ahead. After eliminating Raúl Gutiérrez, Miguel Santos returned to his business with renewed vigor and determination. He knew that defeating such a powerful enemy strengthened his position in the criminal world, but also brought him even more attention and envy from other criminal leaders. Miguel knew he had to act quickly and smartly to maintain his empire and prevent new threats. Miguel began by strengthening his connections and expanding his influence. He met with key partners and allies to discuss future plans and ensure their loyalty. He also stepped up his money laundering operations through legitimate businesses, creating the illusion of a law-abiding entrepreneur. Miguel invested heavily in the construction of schools, hospitals, and other public institutions, which helped him create a positive image and gain support from the local population. At the same time, Miguel began to modernize his criminal operations. He hired the best cybersecurity and intelligence experts to ensure the protection of his communications and information. Miguel also began to actively use the latest technology to monitor and control his operations, which allowed him to always be one step ahead of law enforcement agencies and competitors. However, Miguel understood that strengthening internal security was only half the battle. He also needed to eliminate external threats. He began to carefully monitor the actions of his competitors, analyzing their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Miguel developed strategies to neutralize potential enemies, using both brutal measures and diplomatic methods. One day, Miguel became aware of a new threat, a young and ambitious criminal leader named Javier, who sought to take the place of Raúl Gutiérrez and challenge Miguel. Javier was known for his cruelty and recklessness, making him a dangerous opponent. Miguel decided to act proactively and destroy the threat before it became too serious. He began by sending out his best scouts to gather as much information as possible about Javier and his organization. It soon became clear that Javier was planning a major operation to seize the territory controlled by Miguel's men. Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike. He developed a complex plan involving simultaneous attacks on several of Javier's facilities. Miguel mobilized his forces and prepared a carefully coordinated operation. On the day Javier planned his attack, Miguel's men were already on the ground, ready for action. The attack began from an unexpected direction. Miguel used a diversion, making Javier think that the main attack would be on one of his warehouses. While Javier's forces concentrated on defending this facility, Miguel's main strike force attacked his headquarters. The attack was lightning fast and effective. Javier and his main men were taken by surprise. During the brutal battle, Javier was killed, and his organization was thrown into chaos. Miguel personally led the operation, showing his men that he was willing to take risks and fight alongside them. This further strengthened his authority and respect among his subordinates. After the destruction of Javier and his organization, Miguel once again felt relative peace. He knew that enemies would continue to appear, but now he was ready for any challenge. His empire grew stronger and his reputation became more formidable. But Miguel also understood that maintaining his empire was an endless struggle. Every day brought new challenges, and he was ready for them. Miguel Santos's story continued, and he was determined to move forward no matter what. New battles, victories, and possibly losses awaited him ahead, but he was ready to accept whatever fate had in store for him. Miguel Santos knew that the enemies of his empire could come not only from the criminal world, but also from the ranks of law enforcement agencies. The FBI had long been interested in his activities and tried to collect evidence to catch him. Despite their best efforts, FBI agents could not find enough evidence to make an arrest. Miguel was careful and knew how to hide his tracks, which made him almost elusive. However, tension grew. The FBI has stepped up its efforts to expose his empire, bringing in top agents and using the latest technology. They infiltrated his people into his organization, tried to hack his communication systems, and monitored his finances. But Miguel, anticipating such attempts, had long ago taken precautions. One of the main measures was the use of encrypted communication channels. Miguel hired the best cybersecurity experts who created for him a unique encryption system that was impossible to crack. He also used multiple layers of security to hide the true details of his operations. All his meetings and negotiations took place in the strictest secrecy, and only the most trusted persons had access to important information. Miguel also implemented a disinformation system. He deliberately created false leads and red herrings to confuse investigators. For example, he organized fictitious transactions and transactions that seemed plausible but had nothing to do with his real actions. This misled the FBI and caused them to waste time and resources on useless investigations. One of Miguel's most successful moves was the use of double agents. He managed to recruit several law enforcement officials who gave him information about the FBI's plans and helped him avoid traps. These agents provided valuable information about the progress of investigations, allowing Miguel to always stay one step ahead. The FBI, despite their best efforts, could not catch Miguel. Every time they thought they were close to a solution, he slipped away, leaving them with nothing. This led to doubts and dissatisfaction within the agency. Some agents began to doubt their methods, while others began to suspect the presence of a mole in their ranks. But despite his success in evading law enforcement, Miguel knew he couldn't relax. He constantly updated his defense methods and adapted to new challenges. He also knew that the FBI would not stop and would continue to try to catch him. One day, Miguel learned that the FBI was preparing a major operation to capture him. The information came from one of his agents at the agency, who said that they were planning a large-scale raid on one of his warehouses. Miguel decided to use this information to his advantage. He set a trap. The warehouse that was to be raided was empty, but carefully prepared. When FBI agents arrived at the scene, they found forged documents and evidence indicating that Miguel was in another location. This allowed Miguel to gain time and escape, and further confuse investigators. As a result, the FBI operation failed, and Miguel remained free again. His reputation as an elusive and cunning leader only strengthened, but he knew that this was only a temporary victory. The enemies will continue to try, and he will have to be ready for new challenges. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. He was ready to fight and defend his empire to the last. The FBI wasn't about to give up, but Miguel was determined to stay on top and move forward no matter what. Months passed, and despite the FBI's best efforts, Miguel Santos remained elusive. His criminal empire continued to flourish, and he himself became more and more careful and inventive in his methods. However, the tension did not subside. The FBI, frustrated by its failures, decided to resort to new, more radical methods. One day, Miguel received disturbing news. The FBI was planning to infiltrate its agents into his inner circle. This information came from one of his double agents in the agency, who reported the impending operation. Miguel realized that the situation was becoming critical and decided to take action to prevent this threat. He began by carefully vetting all of his people, especially those who held key positions in his organization. Miguel hired psychology and lie detection specialists who conducted harsh interrogations and tests. As a result, he identified several people whose loyalty was suspect. These people were immediately eliminated to avoid possible betrayal. But Miguel understood that simply eliminating suspicious people was not enough. He decided to introduce his own network of agents within the FBI to obtain first-hand information. To do this, he turned to his longtime partner in the criminal world, who had connections in government circles. Together, they developed a plan to recruit several FBI employees who agreed to cooperate in exchange for significant amounts of money and protection. These new agents provided Miguel with valuable information about the FBI's plans and activities, allowing him to stay one step ahead. He learned that the agency was planning a major operation to seize its main warehouse in Los Angeles, where huge stocks of drugs were stored. Miguel decided to use this information to his advantage. He ordered his men to organize a fake drug shipment to divert the attention of the FBI. At the same time, he prepared an ambush at a warehouse where an attack was expected. When FBI agents arrived at the scene, they walked into a trap. Miguel personally led the operation, and his men successfully neutralized all the agents without leaving a single witness. This operation was not only another victory for Miguel, but also a signal to action. He decided to go on the offensive and strike back at the FBI. Miguel gathered his best people and began planning a series of attacks on important agency facilities in order to destabilize their work and show that he does not intend to sit idly by. The first attack was on one of the FBI's regional offices. Miguel's men entered the building at night and planted explosive devices. The explosion destroyed much of the evidence and materials collected against his organization. The next target was the agency's database, which contained information about its people and operations. As a result of the cyber attack, all data was destroyed or damaged. These attacks not only weakened the FBI's position, but also forced them to reconsider their methods. The agency found itself in disarray, and many agents began to doubt their abilities. Miguel, taking advantage of this moment, strengthened his empire, establishing new connections and expanding his territory. However, Miguel understood that the war with the FBI was far from over. He knew the agency would continue its efforts to catch him, and he was ready for new challenges. Every day brought new dangers, but Miguel was confident in his strength and determination. He continued to move forward, knowing that his story was not yet completed, and new battles and victories awaited him. After a series of successful attacks on the FBI, Miguel Santos strengthened his position and gained an even greater reputation in the criminal world. But he knew that the FBI would not give up trying to catch him, and he decided to continue his precautions and strengthen his defensive strategies. Miguel developed a comprehensive plan that included the use of the latest technology and intelligence methods to always stay one step ahead. Miguel began by creating a special team of analysts who monitored the activities of law enforcement agencies around the clock. They used advanced software to monitor the activity of the FBI and other agencies, analyzing the data in real time. This information allowed Miguel to quickly respond to any threats and adjust his plans. One day, analysts discovered suspicious activity. The FBI began to actively monitor one of his legal companies, which he used for money laundering. Miguel realized that this could be the beginning of a new operation to capture him. He decided to use this opportunity to launch a preemptive strike. Miguel called his closest associates and outlined his plan to them. He was going to create a diversion that would make the FBI believe they were close to capturing him. To do this, he developed a fake plan to transport a large shipment of drugs through this company. Every detail has been carefully thought out to create the illusion of a real operation. As the FBI swung into action, agents watched the company's every move, expecting that evidence of criminal activity would soon surface. Miguel, meanwhile, sent his main forces to another operation, which took place in a completely different place. He knew that the FBI agents would be completely focused on the false information, and this would give him an advantage. On the appointed day, the FBI conducted a major raid on the company's offices, but, to their disappointment, found no evidence. Instead, they discovered forged documents and evidence that pointed to their mistake. This was a serious blow to the agency's reputation and caused internal conflicts among its employees. Miguel took advantage of this moment to further strengthen his position. He expanded his network of agents and informants who helped him anticipate the actions of the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. It has also strengthened security measures in its operations, introducing new encryption and data protection methods. Meanwhile, in the shadow of all these events, Miguel began to develop a new plan. He decided to go international and establish connections with the largest cartels in South America and Europe. Miguel understood that this would require using all his resources and connections, but he was ready for this step. Miguel organized a series of meetings with cartel leaders, offering them mutually beneficial cooperation. Its offers were attractive. It offered not only access to its logistics and transportation networks, but also protection from law enforcement. Many cartel leaders agreed to cooperate, and Miguel began to form an international network that provided his organization with new opportunities and resources. However, this step did not go unnoticed. The FBI, despite its failures, continued to monitor Miguel's activities and learned of his international connections. The agency decided that the only way to catch Miguel was to work with international law enforcement agencies. Miguel learned of this plan through his informants and began preparing for possible attacks from various agencies. He strengthened the security of his facilities and conducted additional checks among his people to avoid possible betrayal. Soon, a new phase of the war began. International law enforcement agencies began coordinated operations against Miguel and his allies, but Miguel was ready for this. He used his knowledge and resources to resist these attacks and continue his activities. Each new day brought new challenges, and Miguel knew that many more battles lay ahead of him. But he was ready for them, realizing that his empire depended on his determination and ability to predict the actions of his enemies. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new step brought him closer to the top, despite all the obstacles and dangers. Miguel Santos continued to strengthen his empire and expand his international connections, despite growing pressure from law enforcement. His networks in South America and Europe became increasingly extensive and powerful, providing him with a steady flow of resources and income. However, Miguel knew that his success made him a target for everyone, both competitors and law enforcement officers. One of the key aspects of Miguel's strategy was information security. He understood that his transaction data was the most vulnerable link and therefore created several layers of protection. Everyone who had access to important information underwent strict loyalty checks and used encrypted communication channels. Miguel also implemented a system of false data to mislead possible spies and investigators. However, the FBI did not sit idly by. They began collaborating with law enforcement agencies in other countries to create a united front against Miguel. This coalition included the best analytical minds and resources from different parts of the world, which made their actions even more coordinated and dangerous. Miguel learned about the FBI's new tactics thanks to his informant within the agency. He decided to launch a preemptive strike to disrupt the coordination of his enemies. Miguel organized a series of cyber attacks on law enforcement databases, which led to serious disruptions in their work. These attacks disrupted coalition planning and coordination, giving Miguel time to strengthen his position. At the same time, Miguel began an active disinformation campaign. He created false tracks and evidence pointing to his presence in different parts of the world to confuse investigators. The FBI and their allies spent time and resources verifying these false reports, which allowed Miguel to stay one step ahead. But the most important step in Miguel's strategy was the creation of autonomous cells. He divided his empire into independent groups, each with their own hierarchy and tasks. These cells could operate autonomously, unaware of the actions of other groups, making the organization less vulnerable to attack. The FBI, realizing that their methods were not bringing the desired results, decided to take a desperate step. They began recruiting people from Miguel's circle, offering them protection and money in exchange for information. Several people agreed to cooperate, but Miguel, thanks to his internal control system, quickly identified the traitors. They were eliminated, and the information they might have conveyed was either invalid or misleading. One day, Miguel was informed that the FBI was planning a major operation to seize his main warehouse in Europe. This information was confirmed by several independent sources, and Miguel realized that this was a serious threat. He decided to use this operation to his advantage. Miguel organized a complex multi-step operation to lure the FBI into a trap. He ordered his men to prepare the warehouse for attack by creating the illusion that there was a large shipment of drugs there. On the day of the operation, the FBI and their allies entered the warehouse, but instead of the expected cargo, they encountered an empty building and a prepared ambush. The FBI agents were trapped and surrounded. Miguel personally supervised the operation to ensure its success. His men neutralized the agents and captured important documents and equipment, giving Miguel an even greater advantage in the war against law enforcement. This successful operation not only strengthened Miguel's position, but also dealt a serious blow to the morale of his enemies. He knew the FBI and their allies wouldn't stop, but now they were the clear losers. Miguel continued to strengthen his empire, preparing for new challenges and dangers. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. He was ready to fight for his empire and defend his interests, despite all obstacles and threats. New battles awaited him ahead, but he was determined and ready for any challenge. Despite successful operations and the consolidation of his empire, Miguel Santos knew that his opponents would not stop. The FBI and their international allies continued to seek ways to infiltrate his organization and destroy it from within. Miguel understood that in order to continue his success, he needed to not only defend himself, but also constantly develop. Miguel began to look for new technologies and methods that could strengthen his position. He turned to his contacts in the tech world and hired the best cybersecurity experts to create an impenetrable system for his operations. These specialists developed unique encryption and data protection algorithms that allowed Miguel and his people to communicate and conduct transactions without the risk of detection. At the same time, Miguel began to actively develop his legal businesses in order to create the appearance of a law-abiding entrepreneur. He invested huge amounts of money in the development of infrastructure, construction, and trade. These businesses not only brought significant profits, but also created a powerful cover for his criminal activities. Miguel used legal proceeds to finance his operations, making his empire less vulnerable to financial investigations. However, despite all the precautions, Miguel's enemies did not sleep. He soon learned that the FBI had developed a new plan. They decided to use his legitimate businesses against him. The FBI began actively checking his companies, trying to find evidence that could link them to criminal activity. Miguel realized that he needed to act quickly to prevent the destruction of his legal assets. Miguel gathered his best lawyers and corporate security specialists. They developed a defense strategy that included complex legal measures, as well as manipulation of documents and finances to hide any traces of illegal activity. Miguel also hired a team of top lawyers to defend his interests in court. At the same time, Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike against the FBI, using his connections in the government and the media. He organized a series of publications that discredited the actions of the agency, accusing it of violating the rights and freedoms of citizens. These publications caused a public outcry and forced the FBI to reduce its activities, fearing scandal and consequences for its reputation. However, Miguel knew that this was a temporary measure. Not only did he need to protect his assets, but he also needed to continue to expand his empire. He began actively looking for new markets and business opportunities outside the United States. Miguel established contacts with large corporations in Asia and Africa, offering them favorable conditions for cooperation. These connections allowed him to expand his network and increase his income, which further strengthened his position. But Miguel did not forget about his roots and the people who were with him from the very beginning. He continued to support his colleagues and strengthen internal discipline in the organization. Miguel organized a series of training programs and training for his people to improve their professional skills and readiness for any challenge. Despite all the difficulties, Miguel Santos continued to move forward. His empire grew and strengthened, despite all the attempts of his enemies to destroy it. He knew that new battles and challenges awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. Miguel Santos's story continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges that he was ready to take on. However, a new threat suddenly arrived. Someone from his inner circle began to transmit information to the enemies. This came as a shock to Miguel. He knew that betrayal from within could be a fatal blow to his empire. Miguel immediately launched an internal investigation to identify the traitor and eliminate the threat. Each member of his team was carefully checked, and as a result of a complex operation, the traitor was identified. It turned out to be one of his longtime associates who was recruited by the FBI and passed on information about Miguel's plans and actions. The man was immediately eliminated, but Miguel realized that the threat of betrayal would always be present. He strengthened security measures and introduced a new control system that made it possible to quickly identify any attempts at espionage and betrayal. Miguel also held a series of meetings with his men to strengthen their loyalty and show that betrayal would not be forgiven. Now, with even greater determination, Miguel Santos continued his fight for survival and success. He knew that his enemies would not stop, but he was ready for any challenge. His empire was strong, but Miguel knew that in order to stay on top, he needed to always be one step ahead, and he was ready for this. When Miguel Santos decided to expand his drug operations into the European market, he knew it would not be an easy step. Europe was a complex and intense arena, with powerful drug cartels and criminal organizations already operating. However, the profit potential was huge, and Miguel was willing to take the risk. To begin with, he established connections with key players in Europe. Miguel used his contacts in Latin America to reach European intermediaries controlling drug supply routes. He also brought in the best logistics and security experts to establish a reliable and efficient supply chain. In the first months, operations in Europe went well. Drugs were distributed through a network of trusted people and safe routes, and profits grew. However, as supplies increased and his empire expanded, Miguel faced new threats. European drug cartels saw him as a dangerous competitor and began active efforts to eliminate him. One of the most dangerous enemies was the large Italian drug cartel, which controlled a significant part of the European market. They began to attack Miguel's convoys, cause sabotage, and bribe his people. Miguel realized that to maintain his position, he needed to act quickly and decisively. He began by strengthening his connections with local criminal groups in various European countries. Miguel offered them favorable terms of cooperation and protection from their competitors. In exchange, they helped him distribute drugs and provided security for his operations. This strategy allowed him to create a wide network of allies that supported his interests. At the same time, Miguel began active actions against his enemies. He organized a series of attacks on Italian cartel targets using his best forces and the latest technology. His men carried out ambushes, blew up warehouses, and eliminated key figures in the organization. These actions caused serious damage to the cartel and weakened its position. However, Miguel knew that wars are won not only by force, but also by information. He infiltrated his agents into the ranks of his enemies in order to obtain valuable information about their plans and actions. These agents provided him with information that allowed him to predict the moves of his enemies and act proactively. One day, thanks to one of the agents, Miguel learned that the Italian cartel was preparing a major operation to seize his warehouse in Germany. It was an important strategic location through which most of the drug supplies to Central Europe passed. Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike. He gathered his best fighters and carefully planned the operation. The night before the Italian attack, his men broke into the warehouse and set a trap. When the cartel forces arrived, they were caught in the crossfire and were completely destroyed. This victory not only strengthened Miguel's position, but also showed his enemies that he was ready for any challenge. But Miguel understood that success in Europe depends not only on strength, but also on the ability to negotiate. He began to actively establish contacts with political and business elites of various countries. Miguel used his legitimate businesses as a cover and invested heavily in the economy, which allowed him to create a powerful network of influential allies. These connections provided him with high-level protection and support, making his operation less vulnerable to law enforcement. However, the enemies did not give up. The Italian cartel, united with other European groups, began coordinated attacks on Miguel's facilities and people. He understood that the war was far from over and that he would face new threats and challenges. Miguel continued to strengthen his empire by training his people and introducing new technologies for defense and monitoring. He knew that in order to stay on top, he needed to always be one step ahead of his enemies. The story of Miguel Santos in Europe was just beginning, and new battles, victories, and possibly losses awaited him. But he was ready for any challenge to protect his empire and continue his path to the top of the criminal world. Expanding Miguel Santos's business into Europe was just the beginning of his ambitious plan. He understood that, for further success, he needed to use all his resources and connections. Miguel began to actively study new technologies that could give him an advantage in the fight against enemies and law enforcement agencies. One day he learned about the existence of a unique software developed by a group of talented hackers. This software would allow Miguel to access any data and systems, including law enforcement and competitor databases. Miguel realized that this could become his secret weapon. Miguel decided to find these hackers and offer them cooperation. He sent his men to search for them, and they soon discovered that the group was operating from an underground laboratory in Berlin. Miguel personally went there to meet the leader of the group, a young genius named Leo. Leo, although wary at first, soon realized that Miguel's proposal could open up new horizons for him. They agreed to cooperate. The hackers would provide Miguel with access to their technology and help hack systems, and Miguel, in turn, would provide their protection and financing. With the help of new technology, Miguel was able to significantly improve his security and control over his operations. He began to gain access to information about the plans of his enemies and the actions of law enforcement agencies in real time. This allowed him to avoid many attacks and raids and to launch preemptive strikes against his opponents. At the same time, Miguel began actively using drones to monitor and protect his facilities. Drones equipped with cameras and sensors patrolled its territories and monitored for suspicious activity. This technology has significantly increased the level of security and made attacks on its facilities almost impossible. But Miguel did not stop there. He decided to introduce artificial intelligence into his operations. With the help of hackers, he developed a system that analyzed huge amounts of data and predicted possible threats. This system allowed him to make decisions faster and more accurately, which further strengthened his position. Meanwhile, the FBI and their European allies continued to look for ways to catch Miguel. They were confused, seeing how their efforts were in vain. Every time they thought they were close to catching him, Miguel would sneak away, leaving them with nothing. Doubts and dissatisfaction began to grow within the agency, and management decided it was time to take drastic measures. The FBI decided to conduct a major international operation to capture Miguel. They developed a complex plan that included coordinated attacks on his facilities in several countries simultaneously. This operation was meant to take him by surprise and destroy his empire once and for all. But Miguel, thanks to his new technologies, learned about the FBI's plans long before their implementation. He decided to use this information to deal a crushing blow to his enemies. Miguel developed a plan that would allow him to not only evade capture, but also cause serious damage to law enforcement. On the day of the operation, Miguel activated his defense systems. Drones and cameras monitored every move, and hackers hacked into the FBI's communication systems to gain real-time information. When the agents began their attacks, they encountered unexpected resistance and traps that Miguel had prepared in advance. Miguel personally led the operation, observing the enemy's actions and giving orders to his men. He knew that this could be his last chance to win, and he was ready to go to the end. His fighters, trained and equipped with the best technology, gave a tough rebuff to the agents, and it soon became clear that the FBI operation was failing. When the attack was repulsed, Miguel decided to strike the final blow. He ordered his hackers to break into FBI databases and destroy all data related to his case. This dealt a major blow to the agency, depriving them of all evidence and information about its operations. The victory over the FBI was another milestone for Miguel in his career. His reputation as an invulnerable leader strengthened, and his enemies began to fear him even more. He continued to develop his technology and strengthen his empire, knowing that new challenges lay ahead. But Miguel did not forget to be careful. He understood that success could make him a target for even more dangerous enemies. Therefore, he continued to improve his methods and defense systems to stay one step ahead. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and threats. He was ready for any challenge, knowing that his success depended on his determination, intelligence, and willingness to change. New battles and victories awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Miguel Santos continued to develop his empire, using the latest technology and strengthening his connections around the world. After successfully fending off an FBI attack, he realized that his next steps would have to be even more careful and strategic. His new enemies could turn out to be more cunning and insidious than the previous ones. One of the main tasks for Miguel was to strengthen his network of agents and informants. He began to actively work on creating a global system for collecting and analyzing information. Its hackers developed new methods of obtaining data, breaking into the systems and databases of various organizations in order to always be aware of the actions of their enemies. One day, while analyzing the data received, Miguel learned about a new threat. A mysterious consortium has emerged in Europe, consisting of several powerful criminal organizations that have joined forces to fight Miguel. These groups saw him as a serious threat and decided to work together to overthrow him and seize his territory and resources. Miguel realized that confrontation with such a powerful association required non-standard solutions. He decided to take advantage of his connections in the world of high technology and turned to Leo, the leader of the hacker group, with a request to develop a plan to destroy the consortium from the inside. Leo proposed creating virtual reality, VR, to train fighters and develop tactical plans, as well as using artificial intelligence to analyze data and predict enemy actions. Miguel approved this plan, and soon active work began on its implementation. Virtual reality allowed its fighters to train in conditions as close as possible to real combat operations. They studied enemy weaknesses, developed strategies, and conducted simulations of operations, which greatly increased their combat readiness. The artificial intelligence developed by Leo analyzed huge amounts of data and predicted the actions of the consortium with high accuracy. This system allowed Miguel to always be one step ahead of his enemies and take proactive measures. Thanks to these technologies, he learned that the consortium was planning a major operation to seize one of its main targets, a drug laboratory in Spain. Miguel decided to strike first. He gathered his best fighters and carefully planned the operation. Virtual reality and artificial intelligence helped him develop the perfect attack plan to take his enemies by surprise. His men infiltrated the consortium's headquarters, eliminating security and seizing key documents and data. These documents contained information about the consortium's plans and actions, allowing Miguel to launch a series of preemptive strikes against their facilities and people. He ordered his fighters to attack key enemy bases, destroying their infrastructure and neutralizing key leaders. This operation was a devastating blow to the consortium, which had not expected such a powerful and coordinated attack. After a series of successful operations, Miguel continued to develop his technology and strengthen his empire. He understood that his success depended on constant development and readiness for any challenges. Miguel began to actively invest in research and development to always be at the forefront of technological progress. One day, Miguel learned about the existence of a secret government program to develop quantum computers, which could become a real revolution in the field of cybersecurity and data processing. He decided that he needed to gain access to this technology to strengthen his empire and protect it from future threats. Miguel sent his best hackers on a mission to hack government servers and obtain information about the program. After several weeks of difficult work, they managed to gain access to secret data and find out the location of the laboratory where the development was carried out. Miguel realized that this was his chance for a new level of security and control. He organized a complex operation to seize the laboratory. His people entered the facility, neutralized the security, and seized all the equipment and data on quantum computers. These technologies allowed Miguel to create an impenetrable defense and monitoring system, which made his empire even more invulnerable. However, Miguel knew that his success would always attract new enemies and challenges. He continued to develop his technology and strengthen his network, preparing for any challenge. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and threats that he was ready to deal with. His empire grew and strengthened, and he himself became more and more powerful and invulnerable, ready for new battles and victories. As his empire expanded and his influence grew, Miguel Santos became the target of many enemies. Attempts to assassinate his life became more frequent, and every day brought new threats. His enemies, realizing that conventional methods were not working, began to use increasingly sophisticated and dangerous methods to eliminate him. Miguel knew that in order to survive, he needed to improve his personal security. He began by hiring a team of elite bodyguards, consisting of former special forces and intelligence agents. These people were trained not only to protect, but also to anticipate possible threats. They created a multi-layered security system, including 24-hour surveillance, verification of all incoming and outgoing contacts, and regular changes of location. However, despite all the precautions, one day an incident occurred that forced Miguel to reconsider his methods. During a business meeting, an explosion occurred in one of his offices in London. Thanks to the professionalism of his team, Miguel survived, but several of his men were wounded. This assassination attempt showed that the enemies were becoming more desperate and resourceful. Miguel decided to strengthen his security by introducing new technologies and methods. He approached Leo and his team of hackers with a request to create an early warning system that could predict possible threats based on data analysis. The AI-powered system collected information from a variety of sources: social media, surveillance cameras, phone calls, and email, and analyzed it to identify potential threats. Soon after the introduction of the new system, a warning was received about an impending assassination attempt. Artificial intelligence detected suspicious activity in the vicinity of one of Miguel's facilities in Paris. Data analysis revealed that a group of mercenaries were planning an attack on his office. Miguel immediately ordered the building to be evacuated and set up an ambush for the attackers. Thanks to timely warning and a well-planned operation, the mercenaries were captured before they could cause harm. These events confirmed the effectiveness of the new system and convinced Miguel of the need to continue to develop security technologies. But the assassination attempts did not stop. Miguel's enemies used every possible means, from snipers and explosives to poisons and cyber attacks. Each attempt became more and more sophisticated, and Miguel knew that his enemies would not stop until they achieved their goal. He decided that to protect himself, he needed to become not only invulnerable, but also unpredictable. Miguel began to change his habits and travel routes. He used doubles and false leads to confuse his enemies. His security team developed sophisticated evacuation and defense plans for every possible attack scenario. Miguel also installed special shelters in different cities where he could hide if necessary. One of the most serious attempts was an attack on his yacht in the Mediterranean Sea. The enemies planted explosives on the ship's hull, hoping to destroy Miguel and his people. However, thanks to the early warning system and the professionalism of the security team, the explosives were detected and neutralized in time. Miguel realized that his enemies were ready to do anything to get him out of the way. In response to these threats, Miguel decided to go on the offensive. He began to take active action against his enemies, using all available information and resources. His agents infiltrated enemy ranks, collected intelligence, and eliminated key figures in the organizations behind the assassination attempts. Miguel also began using disinformation to confuse his enemies and cause them to waste resources on false targets. The situation reached its peak when Miguel became aware of a planned attack on his headquarters in Barcelona. The enemies planned to use an entire army of mercenaries and the latest technology to infiltrate the building and kill Miguel. He decided to turn this threat into an opportunity. Miguel personally led the preparations for the defense. His people installed hidden cameras, motion sensors, and tracking systems throughout the building and its surroundings. They prepared traps and fortifications to make any attack extremely dangerous for their enemies. The night before the planned attack, Miguel ordered his men to take position and be ready for battle. When the mercenaries launched their attack, they encountered fierce resistance. Miguel's men were trained and equipped with the best equipment. Security systems allowed them to quickly detect and neutralize enemies. During a fierce battle, all the mercenaries were destroyed or captured. This victory not only protected the headquarters, but also demonstrated to his enemies that Miguel was not so easily vulnerable. Victory in Barcelona cemented Miguel's reputation as an invincible leader. His enemies began to realize that any assassination attempts only made him stronger. Miguel continued to develop his technology and defense methods, knowing that new threats awaited him. He was ready for any challenge and determined to defend his empire. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. But he knew that with the help of his people, technology, and the ability to predict the actions of his enemies, he could overcome any difficulties and continue his path to the top of the criminal world. Despite all his efforts to strengthen security and introduce the latest technology, Miguel Santos could not foresee that his enemies would find a way to infiltrate his inner circle. They developed a cunning plan that involved one of the most dangerous and skilled killers in the world, a man named Victor. Victor was known for his ability to infiltrate the most protected locations without being noticed and eliminate his targets with precision and composure. His reputation was impeccable, and he never left a trace. Miguel's enemies realized that only Victor could complete this difficult task. The first step in their plan was to find the weak link in Miguel's circle. They learned that one of his bodyguards, Ramon, was heavily in debt and was looking for a way to make a quick buck. Miguel's enemies contacted Ramon and offered him a huge sum of money for his help in organizing the murder. Ramon, realizing that this was the only way to save himself from creditors, agreed. Ramon introduced Victor into Miguel's inner circle, under the guise of a new security specialist. Victor passed all the checks thanks to false documents and a fake history. He quickly gained the trust of Miguel and his men by demonstrating great professionalism and dedication. Miguel, unaware of the plot, began to rely on Victor, entrusting him with important tasks and allowing him to participate in key operations. Victor carefully studied Miguel's habits and daily routine, preparing for the perfect moment to strike. One evening, Miguel decided to hold a dinner at his country house near Barcelona, inviting only his most trusted people. Victor realized that this was an ideal opportunity. He developed a plan that involved using poison to eliminate Miguel quickly and quietly. Victor replaced the bottle of wine intended for Miguel with a poisoned one. The poison was colorless and tasteless, and its effect began a few hours after consumption, which allowed the killer to avoid suspicion and leave the crime scene. During dinner, Miguel drank a glass of poisoned wine, suspecting nothing. Victor remained unperturbed, continuing to behave as usual. When dinner came to an end, he said goodbye to Miguel and the rest of the guests and left, leaving behind a semblance of normalcy. A few hours after dinner, when everyone had already left, Miguel began to feel unwell. His guards and assistants, unaware of the reason, called doctors. But it was already too late. The poison began to act, paralyzing Miguel's body. Despite all the efforts of the doctors, his life was fading. Miguel died that same night, leaving his empire leaderless. His death came as a shock to everyone who knew him and caused chaos in his organization. Miguel's enemies have finally achieved their goal by eliminating the most powerful criminal leader. Victor, having completed his task, disappeared as completely as he had appeared. Ramon, having received his money, also disappeared, realizing that his betrayal would never be forgiven. The death of Miguel Santos was a turning point in the history of the criminal world. His empire, without a leader, began to disintegrate, and his enemies began to divide his territories and resources. But Miguel's legacy, his methods and strategies, lived on, inspiring others to create their own empires and fight for power. The story of Miguel Santos ended tragically, but his name remains forever in the memory of those who knew him and opposed him. His death was a reminder that even the most powerful and protected leaders can be vulnerable to cunning and betrayal. After the death of Miguel Santos, his empire was on the verge of collapse. In the absence of the leader, many of his allies began to retreat, and his enemies, seeing an opportunity, began to actively seize his territories. The organization, which had once been powerful and cohesive, was now coming apart at the seams. However, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, there was one man who was ready to take on the challenge and try to save the empire. It was Leo, a talented hacker and close associate of Miguel, who had been working in the shadows for many years, providing security and data analysis. Leo understood that if anyone could keep the empire from complete destruction, it was he, with his knowledge and ability to use technology. Leo began by calling together Miguel's remaining loyal men and offering them a plan to stabilize the situation. He knew that restoring control required not only forceful intervention, but also information superiority. Leo used his team of hackers to hack into enemy systems and obtain critical information that would allow him to predict their actions. At the same time, he began to restore key contacts and connections that were lost after Miguel's death. Leo held a series of negotiations with the Allies, convincing them of the need to unite for the common good. He offered mutually beneficial terms of cooperation and a guarantee of protection, which made it possible to regain the trust and support of many influential figures. Leo also understood that the problem of betrayal and instability within the organization needed to be addressed. He began by thoroughly vetting all key figures, eliminating those whose loyalty was in doubt. This allowed him to strengthen internal discipline and create an atmosphere of trust and cohesion among the remaining team members. But the most important thing Leo did was the introduction of new technologies and management methods. He used artificial intelligence and data analytics systems to optimize all processes within the organization. This allowed not only to increase efficiency, but also to reduce risks associated with the human factor. Over time, Leo's efforts began to bear fruit. The organization stabilized, and his enemies, realizing that they had underestimated him, began to retreat. Leo proved that even after the death of such a powerful leader as Miguel Santos, his empire could continue to exist and develop. Leo, having become the new leader, did not seek to follow Miguel's path. He understood that for long-term success it was necessary to change and adapt to new conditions. His approach was more technological and pragmatic, which allowed him not only to maintain the empire, but also to take it to a new level. Over the years, the empire founded by Miguel Santos regained its strength and influence. Leo, using his knowledge and abilities, was able to turn a threat into an opportunity and prove that even in the most difficult times, a path to success can be found. His leadership marked a new stage in the history of the organization, which was now ready for any challenges and trials. Miguel Santos's story ended tragically, but his legacy lived on thanks to the people who believed in his cause and were willing to fight for it to the end. There is no room for weakness in the world of crime, and those who are able to adapt and change will always have a chance to survive and succeed. Second story of the criminal. In a small, modest area of London where many of the houses looked like sad brick boxes, a boy named Lewis Harding grew up. Born into a family where money was an eternal problem, Lewis knew from childhood what poverty was. His father worked in a factory, barely making ends meet, and his mother worked as a cleaner at the school Lewis attended. The family lived in a small, cramped apartment, and every day was a struggle for survival. Lewis was not a typical child. Unlike his peers, he rarely smiled and practically did not play outside. His mind was occupied with other thoughts. He dreamed of wealth and a better life. Every morning on his way to school, he would pass large houses in more affluent areas and wonder why his family couldn't live the same way. At school, Lewis was quiet and reserved. Classmates often laughed at his worn clothes and old backpack. This further strengthened his desire to get out of poverty. He studied hard, hoping that knowledge would help him achieve success. But gradually, Lewis began to understand that honest work could not earn much money. He needed quick and radical ways to change his life. As a teenager, Lewis began hanging out with local bullies. He quickly realized that the criminal world was full of opportunities for those willing to take risks. At first it was petty thefts and fraud, but over time his ambitions grew. Lewis knew that to become truly rich, he had to think big and act decisively. Every night, as he lay in his modest room, Lewis planned his way out of poverty. He studied the stories of famous criminals and entrepreneurs, looking for inspiration and lessons in them. His desire for wealth grew stronger, and he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Lewis Harding didn't want to be just another street thug. He aspired to become the richest criminal in England, and his path to the top was just beginning. Over time, Lewis Harding became increasingly immersed in the world of crime. His first big deals brought not only money, but also a reputation among local bandits. He quickly realized that success in this world depends not only on courage and cunning, but also on the ability to build connections and organize people. By the age of 16, Lewis was already known in criminal circles. His affairs became more and more daring and complex. He began planning robberies of jewelry stores and banks, recruiting the most reliable and intelligent people he could find. He organized his first gang, where everyone had their own place and role. Lewis chose his team members carefully. Among them were professionals in various fields: burglars, drivers, experts in forged documents, and even former police officers who knew how to evade the attention of law enforcement agencies. He understood that successful operations require precise coordination and complete trust among the participants. One of the first significant successes of the Lewis gang was the robbery of a large bank in central London. The plan was thought out in detail: distractions, false leads, well-thought-out escape routes. The operation went perfectly, and the team walked away with millions of pounds without leaving any trace. This success not only brought Lewis money, but also established his reputation as a brilliant strategist and organizer. He began investing money in legitimate businesses, using front men and shell companies to hide his criminal proceeds. Thanks to this, he began to build the image of a successful entrepreneur. But despite his success, Lewis understood that every new step brought him closer to danger. Competition among criminal gangs became increasingly fierce, and the police intensified their efforts to combat organized crime. Lewis had to constantly be one step ahead, predict the actions of enemies and law enforcement officers. However, Lewis's desire for wealth and power was irresistible. He wanted not only to become rich, but also to become a legend of the criminal world, a man who would be remembered and feared. His ambitions became more and more ambitious, and he began to think about international operations, smuggling and money laundering through offshore companies. Soon Lewis Harding became famous not only in England, but also abroad. His name was associated with impeccably planned robberies and frauds, but he knew that at the top, danger lurks at every turn, and he was ready for new tests and challenges. Over time, Lewis Harding realized that success in the criminal world required not only impeccable planning and the ability to hide, but also strategic thinking on an international level. He began to establish connections with criminal groups from other countries, which opened up new business opportunities and expansion of influence. One of Lewis's first major international projects was cooperation with the Mexican cartel. They supplied drugs to Europe, and Lewis organized their safe transportation and distribution throughout London and other major cities. This partnership brought huge profits but also increased risks. Lewis knew that any mistake could cost him his life. To minimize risks, he began to actively introduce technology into his activities. Lewis hired a group of talented hackers to break into security systems, falsify documents, and track the movements of law enforcement agencies. Thanks to these innovations, Lewis was able to stay one step ahead of the police in the competition. However, his successes did not go unnoticed. The police began to work more closely with international partners, and a large-scale operation was launched against Lewis. Intelligence agencies from different countries joined forces to catch Harding and destroy his empire. Despite the growing threats, Lewis continued to move forward. He began investing in legitimate businesses such as real estate and financial services, using them to launder money. He also opened a charitable foundation, which helped create a positive image in society and divert attention from his criminal activities. But his main goal always remained money and power. Lewis knew that everything could collapse at any moment and was prepared for any turn of events. He developed several escape plans, having prepared safe havens in different countries in advance. One day, when the pressure from the police became unbearable, Lewis decided to leave England for a while. He moved to Switzerland, where he used his accumulated wealth to create a new base of operations. Here he began to build a network of international contacts, planning new projects and schemes. Every day Lewis woke up with the thought that today could be his last day of freedom, but that didn't stop him. He continued to pursue his goals, convinced that he could cheat the system and emerge victorious. Thus, Lewis Harding became not just a wealthy criminal, but a true legend, a man who was not afraid to challenge the world and change his destiny forever. In Switzerland, Lewis Harding felt safe, but knew that this feeling could be imaginary. His criminal empire continued to grow, and with each new success, he became more and more confident in his abilities. Lewis began planning his next big move, an operation that would make his name known throughout the world. His target was the world's largest jewelry store in Geneva, which has a unique security system. Lewis knew that he couldn't get here using conventional methods, and therefore decided to use his entire team, including hackers and former special forces. He developed a detailed plan that included hacking the security system, distractions, and the exact timing of the action. The operation began early in the morning when the store first opened. Hackers penetrated the system and disabled the alarm, creating the illusion of normal operation. At this time, Lewis's group entered the building under the guise of security officers. Everything went according to plan, and half an hour later they left the store with bags full of jewelry. This daring raid became a real sensation. Media around the world discussed how a group of unknown people managed to rob one of the most secure stores in the world. The police were confused, without a single lead. Lewis and his team celebrated their success, realizing that this robbery was their greatest achievement. However, Lewis did not stop there. He began planning new operations, using the funds he had gained to expand his influence. His plans included both legal and illegal enterprises, from investment funds to arms and drug smuggling. Lewis sought to create an empire that no power in the world could destroy. But as his empire grew, so did his problems. Rumors about his success began in the criminal world, and many competitors began to envy and make plans to eliminate him. Lewis had to constantly be on the alert, anticipate the actions of his enemies, and take countermeasures. One of these enemies was Carlos Santos, the leader of a large Mexican cartel, who believed that Lewis was violating their agreements and capturing too much of the market. Carlos sent his men to Europe to eliminate Harding. Lewis learned about this through his connections in the police and began to prepare for a meeting with the enemy. At night, while Lewis was in his mansion in the Alps, the bell rang. His trusted assistant reported that Carlos had arrived in Switzerland and was planning an attack. Lewis decided to be proactive. He gathered his team and developed a plan to eliminate Santos. 2 days later, in one of the elite restaurants in Geneva, a meeting between two criminal titans took place. Lewis, confident in his abilities, offered Santos a peaceful solution to the conflict, but Carlos did not want to compromise. A firefight ensued, and Lewis and his team came under fire. Despite serious injuries, Lewis managed to emerge victorious from this fight. Carlos Santos was killed and his men fled. This incident only strengthened Lewis's reputation as an invincible leader. However, he understood that such clashes could happen again. Lewis decided to go into hiding temporarily to heal his wounds and develop new strategies. He knew that the path to the top is always accompanied by dangers and was ready for new challenges. Lewis Harding continued his path, realizing that in the world of crime there is no place for the weak. His desire for power and wealth became even stronger, and he was ready to do anything to maintain and increase his achievements. After the Geneva incident, Lewis Harding realized that he needed to strengthen his empire and minimize risks. He moved to an isolated estate in the south of France, surrounded by high walls and equipped with the most modern security systems. Here, he could calmly plan his next steps without fear of unexpected attacks. One of Lewis's first tasks was to restore his health. He hired the best doctors and rehabilitation specialists to return to duty as soon as possible. During his recovery, he wasted no time, studying reports, analyzing the market situation, and developing new strategies to expand his empire. Lewis knew that to achieve his goals, he needed to reach the next level. He began to increasingly use his legal businesses to launder money and invest in promising projects. One of these projects was the development of innovative technologies in the field of cybersecurity. He brought in top talent, creating a company that could protect him from hackers while using its technology for cybercrime. As his operations grew, Lewis had to rethink his team. He began bringing in new people who could bring fresh ideas and improve the efficiency of operations. Among them were former intelligence agents, economists, lawyers, and technologists. They helped him build complex schemes that allowed him to hide his true income and avoid the attention of the authorities. Lewis also began to strengthen his connections with influential figures in politics and business. He organized private parties where he invited members of the elite, gave expensive gifts, and made lucrative deals. Thanks to this, he acquired reliable allies who could help him in critical situations. One day, Lewis learned about a major businessman who owned a chain of elite casinos throughout Europe. This man was known for his connections with criminal structures and influence in financial circles. Lewis decided that an alliance with him could open up new horizons for his empire. He organized a meeting and proposed mutually beneficial cooperation. The deal was struck, and Lewis soon began investing in casinos, using them to launder money and conduct illegal transactions. This partnership brought him huge profits and strengthened his position on the international stage. Lewis became even more powerful and influential, but he knew that there would always be those who would try to topple him from his pedestal. One day, having received information about an impending attempt on his life, Lewis decided to take radical measures. He initiated an operation to eliminate his enemies, using his connections and resources. A series of targeted strikes were carried out, as a result of which many of his competitors and ill-wishers were neutralized. After this purge, Lewis realized that to continue to succeed, he needed to further strengthen his security and intelligence. He hired former intelligence agents to create sophisticated surveillance and counterintelligence systems. This allowed him to always be one step ahead and prevent any threats. Lewis Harding became more and more powerful. His name inspired fear and respect in the criminal world. He continued to build his empire, skillfully maneuvering between legal and illegal spheres, and every day brought him closer to his goal, to become the richest and most influential criminal in the world. Every year, Lewis Harding's influence grew, and his criminal empire extended far beyond Europe. He built a complex network of alliances and partnerships that provided him with stability and the ability to maneuver in any circumstances. But as the empire grew, so did the risks. Lewis understood that his opponents were not asleep and every step could be decisive. One evening, while Lewis was enjoying the tranquility of his estate in the south of France, he received news that could change everything. His informant said that the British police, together with Interpol, were developing an operation to capture him. This was a warning sign that someone in his inner circle might have betrayed him. Lewis didn't waste any time. He called an emergency meeting of his most trusted people. The focus was on one task: to identify the traitor and neutralize the threat. Over the course of several days, his team conducted a thorough investigation, analyzing all contacts and recent activities of each member of their group. Finally, the traitor was found. It turned out to be one of the new team members, whom Lewis had accepted only a few months ago. This man turned out to be a double agent working for the police. Lewis acted quickly and decisively. The traitor was eliminated, and all traces of his presence were carefully destroyed. But Lewis knew that this situation was only temporarily delaying the inevitable. He decided to carry out a major operation that would divert the attention of law enforcement agencies and give him time to prepare for new challenges. At the center of his plan was the robbery of the world's largest diamond vault in Antwerp. Preparation for the operation took several months. Lewis carefully studied the vault's security system, developed a complex infiltration plan, and selected the best people to carry out the task. His team included professionals, each of whom was an expert in his field: burglars, masters of disguise, explosives experts, and hackers. The night of the robbery arrived. The operation began with a distraction. A group of hackers broke into the security system, disabling cameras and alarms. At the same time, another team entered the building through an underground tunnel prepared in advance by Lewis. Everything went according to plan, and soon the team found itself in the hall with diamonds. But at the most critical moment, something went wrong. The security system was suddenly activated and an alarm began. Lewis knew they only had a few minutes left before the police arrived. He decided to act quickly and decisively. The team began collecting diamonds, but there was too little time. With huge losses, but still with some of the loot, Lewis and his team managed to get out of the vault and escape. This robbery became one of the most daring operations in the history of crime and attracted enormous attention from the media and law enforcement agencies. Lewis knew that he was now at the forefront of the attack, and any mistake could cost him everything. Returning to his estate, Lewis knew that his empire had reached its peak, and it would only become more difficult to maintain control. He began to prepare for a new stage of his life, planning new moves and strategies. He knew that the struggle for power and wealth never ends, and he was ready to face any challenge to maintain his place at the top. After a daring robbery in Antwerp, Lewis Harding realized he needed to radically change his strategy. His position became increasingly vulnerable, and he realized that it was time for a change. Lewis decided to temporarily lay low and develop a plan for a global reorganization of his empire. He moved to a secluded refuge in South America, carefully guarded and equipped with the latest technology. Here Lewis gathered his most trusted people to discuss the future. He announced that he intends to create a new network based on the principles of decentralization to minimize risks and increase efficiency. Lewis's first step was to create several independent cells, each of which specialized in specific areas: smuggling, cybercrime, money laundering, and illegal weapons trafficking. Each cell was led by a trusted person who reported directly only to Lewis. This made it possible to reduce the risks of information leaks and increase the structure's resistance to attacks from law enforcement agencies. Lewis also began actively using cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies for his operations. He invested in creating anonymous platforms for financial transactions, allowing him to hide his tracks and remain out of sight of traditional monitoring systems. This innovation gave him a significant advantage, allowing him to conduct financial transactions faster and more securely. Meanwhile, the police and Interpol did not give up trying to catch Lewis. They increased the pressure on his known contacts and allies, carried out searches and arrests, but each time Lewis remained one step ahead. His new decentralization strategy and use of advanced technology made him virtually elusive. One of Lewis's new projects was the creation of an international network of illegal casinos. He understood that gambling is a huge market that can be used to launder money and generate stable income. He began collaborating with major mafia groups in Asia and Europe, creating illegal establishments in the most unexpected places, from luxury yachts to underground clubs. These casinos became not only a source of income, but also an excellent cover for his other operations. Lewis skillfully disguised his actions using complex schemes and fictitious companies. Thanks to this, his activities remained in the shadows, and his income grew. However, despite his success, Lewis knew that he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. He continued to strengthen his security system, hired new specialists, and developed plans for force majeure. A former intelligence services general joined his team to help him with strategic planning and defense organization. Meanwhile, efforts to combat organized crime were intensifying in Europe and the United States. Governments were introducing new laws and technologies to track criminal operations, but Lewis was ready for it. He used his resources to remain invisible, changing transportation routes, creating false leads and diversionary maneuvers. One day, having received information about a major international operation against his network, Lewis decided to launch a preemptive strike. He organized a large-scale hacker attack on the servers of the police and Interpol, which led to serious disruptions in their work and temporary loss of access to key information. This allowed Lewis to buy time and strengthen the protection of his assets. Lewis Harding continued his rise, becoming one of the most influential figures in the world of crime. His ambition knew no bounds, and he was willing to do anything to maintain his position and continue to build his empire. He knew that the struggle never ends, and he was ready for any challenge to achieve his goals. Time passed, and Lewis Harding continued to develop his empire, making increasingly complex and daring decisions. His new hideout in South America has become a real control center for a global network of criminal operations. Lewis acted extremely carefully, realizing that his every move could be tracked. He used code names, encrypted communication channels, and multiple layers of security to maintain his anonymity. One of Lewis's largest and most ambitious projects was the development of a scheme for international money laundering through a network of shell companies and banks. He created fictitious enterprises that engaged in legal transactions, but in reality were just a front for transferring criminal proceeds into legitimate assets. This scheme was so complex and intricate that even the most experienced investigators could not unravel its threads. One day, Lewis received information that several of his key bank accounts might be compromised. He knew that this could be the beginning of the end of his empire if he did not take immediate action. Lewis decided to carry out an operation to withdraw all assets into cryptocurrency and immediately transfer them to safe jurisdictions. It was a risky move, but he had no other choice. The operation began at night, when most banking systems were less secure. Lewis's team of top hackers and cybersecurity experts got to work. They hacked into systems, transferred money, and cleared traces left in the digital space. The entire operation took several hours, but in the end they managed to transfer billions of dollars without leaving a single trace. Meanwhile, law enforcement began to realize that they were dealing with one of the most intelligent and dangerous criminals in the world. They increased the pressure on everyone who had ever dealt with Lewis, trying to find any information that would help their investigation. However, Lewis was ready for this. His people knew how to behave under pressure, and no one let anything slip. Lewis continued to develop his projects, but one day he faced a new threat. Interpol agents infiltrated his network and managed to quietly penetrate one of his European cells. They began to collect evidence that could lead to the exposure of the entire network. Lewis learned of this through his police contacts and decided to act immediately. He organized a meeting with the leaders of all his cells to discuss a plan of action. It was decided to carry out a large-scale operation to identify and eliminate spies. Lewis's team got to work using every means available, from surveillance to bribery and even physical elimination. As a result of several weeks of hard work, all agents were identified and neutralized. This operation did not pass without a trace for Lewis. He realized that his network needed further strengthening and development. He began working on new methods to protect information and recruit new members who could bring fresh ideas and technology. Lewis also began investing in new areas such as artificial intelligence and biotechnology, seeing them as the future of its operations. However, despite all the successes, Lewis did not forget about his past and those who helped him in the early days. He always remained true to his principles and the people who were with him from the very beginning. This is what helped him maintain the loyalty and devotion of his men, which was the most important factor in his success. Every day, Lewis Harding woke up with the thought that his empire continued to grow and develop. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. His goal remained the same, to become the most powerful and richest criminal in history, and he was willing to do anything to achieve this goal. Over time, Lewis Harding achieved such a level of influence and wealth that his name became a legend in the criminal world. But he knew that with such success comes great danger. More authorities began a coordinated effort to capture him, and the pressure grew. Lewis knew he had to stay ahead of the curve using his ingenuity and resources. One day, Lewis received information that the British police and Interpol were preparing a large-scale operation to capture him, planning to launch simultaneous strikes on his targets in different countries. He knew that this would be a serious blow to his empire if he did not take preventive measures. Lewis decided to act decisively and cunningly. He began developing a plan he called Phoenix. The plan included creating false leads and red herrings that would confuse investigators and force them to waste resources on false targets. Lewis organized a series of complex transactions to transfer his assets to different jurisdictions using new technologies and cryptocurrencies. The first step was to create fake companies and bank accounts that looked real. These structures were intended to attract the attention of investigators and create the impression that Lewis was continuing business as usual. In fact, the real assets have already been moved to safe locations. The second step was to create distractions. Lewis organized several operations that looked like his typical crimes, but in fact were just a cover for the real activities. These operations attracted the attention of the police and distracted them from their real targets. Finally, Lewis used his connections and influence to gain inside information about the investigators' activities. He placed his agents in key organizations in order to always be aware of their plans and be able to react to them in advance. Operation Phoenix has begun. Lewis and his team acted clearly and harmoniously. When the police and Interpol began their raids, they found only empty offices and false documents. Lewis's real assets were already far away, and he himself was safe in his hideout. This operation was a real triumph for Lewis. Not only did he maintain his empire, but he further cemented his reputation as an elusive criminal mastermind. His enemies were confused, and his allies admired his ability to get away with it in the most difficult situations. After the success of the Phoenix Plan, Lewis decided it was time to expand his operations into new territories. He began looking for new markets and opportunities for growth. His attention was drawn to Asian countries, where economic growth created many opportunities for criminal business. Lewis sent his best people to China, India, and Japan to study the market and establish connections with local criminal groups. He knew the competition would be tough, but he was prepared for it. His team began working to establish control over various types of businesses, from smuggling and drug trafficking to financial fraud and money laundering. Every day, Lewis received reports of new successes and achievements of his team. He saw his empire continue to grow and expand, covering more and more regions. His influence was becoming global, and he was no longer just a wealthy criminal, but a true crime magnate running a network that spanned the entire world. But despite all the successes, Lewis did not forget about those who helped him along the way. He continued to keep in touch with his old friends and allies, always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need. This helped him maintain the loyalty and dedication of his team, which was a critical factor in his success. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, knowing that new challenges and trials awaited him. But he was ready for anything, confident in his strengths and skills. His goal remained the same: to become the most powerful and richest criminal in history, and he was willing to do anything to achieve this goal. After the success of Operation Phoenix, Lewis Harding realized that he needed to not only stay afloat, but also change to meet the new times. He began to introduce innovations that he had never even thought about before. The introduction of artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies became a new stage in his criminal empire. These technologies allowed him to act faster, more accurately, and most importantly, unnoticed. In one of the tallest skyscrapers in Hong Kong, where Lewis now often stayed, he set up his new headquarters. The panoramic windows overlooked the sparkling city, and Lewis loved to watch the bustling life of the metropolis. Here he could calmly plan his operations, away from the close attention of European law enforcement officers. Lewis began active expansion into Asia. He hired local experts to better understand the cultural and business characteristics of the region. One of his first partners was an influential Chinese businessman who had connections in both legal and shadow business. This partnership opened the door to new opportunities for Lewis. He began investing in technology startups that could not only bring him profit, but also serve as a cover for his illegal activities. Through these companies, he laundered money and implemented his solutions into security systems around the world. One evening, Lewis, sitting in his office, received a message from his old friend and colleague. It was a video that showed his enemies discussing a plan to eliminate him. Lewis knew that this was a real threat. The enemies could not be given a chance. Lewis called his best people for an urgent meeting. Preparations for a new operation began. Lewis developed a plan that included a series of attacks on key figures in the conspiracy. He knew that only decisive action could save his empire and life. Lewis's team worked well together. They used all available technology and their skills to achieve their goals. Cyber attacks have been carried out that have disabled the security systems of enemies. Then came targeted strikes that eliminated key players. Lewis acted ruthlessly, knowing that his life and his empire depended on it. After successfully eliminating the threat, Lewis realized it was time for more radical changes. He decided to use his influence and wealth for legalization. He began to actively participate in charitable projects, investing money in the development of infrastructure and education in third-world countries. These actions not only improved his image, but also created new business opportunities. Lewis has also begun working with governments to offer his cybersecurity services. He knew that his skills and technology could be useful not only in the criminal world, but also in the legal sphere. This helped him create new connections and strengthen his influence. One day, Lewis was sitting on the veranda of his new oceanfront home, enjoying the sunset. He reflected on his path, about the difficulties and dangers that he had to overcome. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was confident that he could cope with them. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, knowing that his journey was far from over. New heights awaited him ahead, and he was ready to conquer them, step by step, day by day. Lewis Harding did not stop there. His new strategy included not only expanding spheres of influence, but also strengthening security. He hired top cybersecurity and intelligence experts to protect his empire from new threats. These measures have made his operations virtually impervious to law enforcement. With each new step, Lewis became more influential and rich. His assets grew, and he began investing in a variety of businesses that could generate a stable income and at the same time serve as a cover for illegal activities. He acquired several large companies in the real estate, technology, and finance sectors, which allowed him to further strengthen his position. However, despite all the successes, Lewis did not forget about his roots and those who helped him along the way. He remained true to his principles and always supported his old friends and allies. This helped him maintain the loyalty and dedication of his team, which was a critical factor in his success. One day, Lewis decided it was time for a new, large-scale project. He planned to build the world's largest data center, which could become the heart of his empire. This center was supposed to ensure maximum safety and reliability of all its operations. To implement this project, Lewis attracted the best architects and engineers to create a real miracle of technology. Construction of the center began in one of the most remote areas in the world to minimize risks and ensure complete confidentiality. Lewis personally supervised every phase of construction to ensure the project was completed exactly as he envisioned. Soon the data center was ready to go, and Lewis began moving all of his key operations there. This step gave him even more confidence in his future. He knew that now his empire was protected as never before, and he could safely move on. Lewis began to actively develop new business areas, including biotechnology and artificial intelligence, seeing them as the future of his empire. At the same time, Lewis continued to strengthen his connections with governments and international organizations. He understood that cooperation with legal structures could give him additional advantages and protection. Lewis began providing cybersecurity consulting services, which helped him build a positive image and increase his influence. Everything went according to plan, but one day Lewis received unexpected news. His old enemy, who tried to destroy his empire many years ago, has reappeared on the horizon. This man joined forces with new allies and began a massive campaign against Lewis. His enemies were planning a series of attacks to undermine his position and destroy his business. Lewis knew this would be a big challenge. He gathered his best people and began developing a plan to neutralize the threat. It was decided to carry out a series of preemptive strikes in order to get ahead of the enemies and deprive them of the opportunity to strike. Lewis used every available resource to carry out this plan. Lewis's team acted quickly and decisively. They carried out a series of cyber attacks that disabled their enemies' security systems and deprived them of key resources. This was followed by surgical strikes that destroyed the enemy's main control centers. The enemies were defeated and the threat was eliminated. The experience taught Lewis an important lesson. He realized that you always need to be ready for new challenges and never let your guard down. His empire continued to grow and develop, and he was confident that even greater successes lay ahead. Lewis Harding remained at the top, ready for new achievements and victories. Lewis Harding realized that staying in one place for too long was too dangerous. Despite increased security, his enemies and international law enforcement agencies continued to try to track him down. Therefore, he decided to constantly move around the world, making his location as unpredictable as possible. His travels were carefully planned and organized. Each time he used different routes and fake documents to avoid surveillance. Lewis rented luxury villas and penthouses in different parts of the world, where he could work and relax in peace. In each new place, he had a team that ensured his safety and comfort. In South America, Lewis settled for some time in Patagonia, where he could enjoy picturesque landscapes and solitude. He rented a huge mansion overlooking mountains and lakes, surrounded by private security. Here, Lewis continued to manage his operations, maintaining contact with the team through encrypted communication channels. He then traveled to Asia, where he stopped on the shores of the Andaman Sea in Thailand. The region was famous for its secluded beaches and luxury resorts. Lewis rented a villa on a private island where he could work in peace and enjoy the tropical climate. Here he spent several months establishing new connections and expanding his influence in Asian markets. While traveling through Europe, Lewis chose Tuscany in Italy. He rented an ancient castle surrounded by vineyards and olive groves. In Italy, he focused on growing his legitimate businesses, investing in local businesses and creating jobs. This helped him strengthen his position and receive support from local authorities. In Africa, Lewis settled for a time in Morocco, in a luxurious riad in the heart of Marrakech. This city, with its ancient history and color, attracted Lewis with its energy and business opportunities. Here he established connections with local businessmen and criminal groups, expanding his network and influence on the African continent. Throughout these travels, Lewis remained one step ahead of his enemies and law enforcement. He skillfully used his resources and connections to remain invisible and elusive. His team constantly worked to ensure his safety and develop new plans for the development of the empire. Lewis continued to invest in new technologies and businesses, betting on the future. He has invested in startups developing artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and renewable energy. This not only brought him profit, but also helped create a positive image in the eyes of society. Despite the constant movement and danger, Lewis did not lose confidence in his abilities. He knew that his journey was far from over and was ready for new challenges and achievements. His empire continued to grow and prosper, covering more and more new horizons. On one of his trips, Lewis stopped in the Maldives, where he rented a secluded island with a luxurious villa. Here, among the snow-white beaches and azure waters, he thought about the future. He understood that he had achieved incredible heights, but knew that there was always room for improvement. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, constantly breaking new barriers and reaching new heights. His name became a symbol of elusiveness and success in the criminal world, and he was willing to continue his mission despite all the dangers and obstacles that stood in his way. During his travels and expansion of his empire, Lewis Harding could not help but notice the emergence of a new player on the criminal scene. This competitor, known as Vincent the Shadow Duval, quickly gained reputation and influence. Duval was a Frenchman, and his methods were as ruthless as his ambitions. Duval started with small operations in Europe, but soon his network spread to other continents. His approach to business was aggressive. He took over territory and eliminated anyone who stood in his way. He soon became known for his successful operations and ruthlessness towards his enemies. Lewis knew that this man would stop at nothing to take away everything he had built. One day, Lewis received disturbing news from his informants. Duval had begun to actively take over his markets in Asia and Europe, bribing key people and eliminating those who remained loyal to Lewis. This was a serious threat to his entire empire. Lewis knew he had to act quickly and decisively to maintain his position. He gathered his best people for an emergency meeting. A strategy was developed to counter Duval, which included several key steps. First of all, Lewis decided to strengthen his network of informants and intelligence in order to always be aware of the actions of his competitor. He then began to launch a series of preemptive attacks to weaken Duval's position and show that he was willing to defend his empire at any cost. In one such strike, Lewis decided to strike at Duval's main sources of income. His team carried out several successful operations, destroying large quantities of drugs and weapons belonging to Duval. These blows were painful for the competitor and showed that Lewis was not going to give up his position. However, Duval was not so simple. He quickly regained his strength and struck back. Several installations belonging to Lewis were attacked, and he suffered significant casualties. The conflict flared up, and both sides understood that this was a war of attrition, where the one who could stand it longer would win. Lewis decided to strengthen his position at the political level. He began to actively cooperate with governments and international organizations, offering his services in the field of cybersecurity and crime control. This not only improved his image, but also gave him access to important information and resources that could help in the fight against Duval. Meanwhile, Duval began looking for new ways to undermine Lewis. He hired the best hackers and security experts to launch a cyber attack on his networks. However, Lewis was ready for this and hired the best experts to protect his systems. As a result, the cyber attack was repelled, and Lewis struck back, hacking Duval's systems and gaining access to important information about his plans and resources. This move gave Lewis a significant advantage. He began to actively use the information received to launch targeted strikes on key Duval targets. Soon, Duval's network began to crumble, and many of his men began to defect to Lewis, seeing his position growing stronger. But Lewis knew that Duval would not give up so easily. He continued to strengthen his position by investing in new technologies and expanding his influence. He also began to develop new strategies to be prepared for any eventuality. It soon became clear that Duval was preparing the decisive blow, and Lewis began to prepare for the final fight. The conflict between Lewis Harding and Vincent Duval has reached its climax. Both sides understood that this fight would determine who would become the dominant force in the criminal world. Lewis, relying on his experience and resources, prepared for the final battle, knowing that not only his empire was at stake, but also his life. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, despite all the difficulties and obstacles. His name remained a symbol of strength and elusiveness, and he was ready for any challenge to preserve his empire and reach new heights. The final battle between Lewis Harding and Vincent Duval became one of the most intense and dramatic in the history of the criminal world. Lewis knew that Duval would stop at nothing to overthrow him and was willing to use all his resources and connections to win. Lewis began by strengthening his intelligence network. He hired the best spies and analysts to always be one step ahead of the enemy. Duval's every move was carefully monitored, and Lewis always knew what his opponent was planning. This allowed him to prepare for any eventuality and develop a countermeasure strategy. Duval, meanwhile, decided to strike at the very heart of Lewis's empire. He launched a series of attacks on key targets, hoping to destabilize Lewis's business and wreak havoc within his ranks. However, thanks to timely information, Lewis was able to anticipate these attacks and organize a defense. Many of Duval's attacks failed and he suffered serious casualties. Realizing that direct attacks were not successful, Duval decided to change tactics. He began bribing and blackmailing people around Lewis, trying to sow discontent and mistrust. Lewis, learning of these attempts, purged his ranks, eliminating those who might be vulnerable to Duval's influence. He also strengthened security measures and implemented new security systems to prevent any attempts at betrayal. Lewis soon received information that Duval was planning a major operation in London. This was an attempt to strike a decisive blow and seize control of Lewis's key assets in Europe. Lewis decided it was time for a counterattack. He gathered his team and developed a detailed plan to neutralize Duval and his people. The operation began at night. Lewis's team acted quickly and smoothly, using all available technologies and tactics. They infiltrated Duval's lair, disabling security systems and capturing key positions. Lewis personally led the operation, showing his men that he was willing to take risks to protect his empire. In the final fight, Lewis and Duval came face to face. It was not only a physical battle, but also a psychological one. Both understood that everything was at stake, and no one was going to give up. Lewis, using his experience and strategic thinking, managed to gain the upper hand. Duval was captured and neutralized, and his men either died or were arrested. With his victory over Duval, Lewis Harding solidified his position as the most powerful crime boss in the world. He continued to develop his empire, using his resources and influence to expand his business and strengthen his security. His name became a legend, and even his enemies recognized his genius and elusiveness. However, Lewis was not about to rest on his laurels. He understood that there were still many challenges and trials ahead. His travels continued, and he was constantly looking for new opportunities for development. Lewis was prepared for any eventuality and was always on the alert, knowing that there is no room for weakness in the world of crime. His empire continued to prosper, and Lewis remained a symbol of strength and success. He reached the top, but knew that the real struggle never ends. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, ready for new achievements and victories, always staying one step ahead of his enemies. Every year, the pressure from international law enforcement agencies increased. Lewis Harding realized that his time was limited and that he needed to adapt to new conditions in order to preserve his empire. Police operations became increasingly coordinated and large-scale, forcing Lewis to look for new ways to conduct business and maintain his freedom. Every move he made around the world was now accompanied by the highest precautions. Lewis began using private jets, yachts, and even submarines to avoid surveillance. He constantly changed routes and locations in order to confuse his pursuers. Despite all his efforts, his life became increasingly stressful. One day, Lewis was informed that the police, together with Interpol, were preparing a large-scale operation to detain him. He realized that drastic measures needed to be taken. Lewis decided to create a network of secret hideouts around the world so that he would always have a safe place to hide. He invested heavily in the construction of these shelters, equipped with the most modern security systems and autonomous life support. However, Lewis understood that he could not hide all the time. He began to actively use his connections and influence in political circles to obtain information about planned operations and to be able to influence the decisions of the authorities. He has also strengthened his legal teams to protect his interests in court and minimize the consequences of possible arrests. Meanwhile, his criminal empire continued to operate. Lewis focused on developing new schemes and technologies that would allow him to remain under the radar of law enforcement. He began using cryptocurrencies and blockchain for anonymous transactions and creating complex financial schemes. This made his operations virtually elusive and difficult to track. One such innovation was the use of decentralized networks and autonomous organizations to manage businesses. Lewis created a network of companies that operated independently of each other, but were linked by a common purpose and strategy. This made it possible to minimize risks and ensure that each part of the empire could function independently in the event of the arrest or liquidation of other parts. One day, when Lewis was in his refuge on one of the Caribbean islands, he received a message that the police were preparing another raid on his facilities in Europe. This was a big challenge, and Lewis knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He gathered his team and developed a plan to neutralize the threat. Lewis's team carried out a series of cyber attacks on police and Interpol security systems to disrupt their work and gain access to confidential information. These actions allowed us to gain time and prepare for defense. This was followed by preemptive strikes against key figures involved in the operation. This helped thwart the plans of enemies and avoid arrest. Despite his successful defense, Lewis was aware that the pressure would only intensify. He began to develop a long-term strategy, including the legalization of part of his assets and the transition to new types of activities that could generate income without the risk of criminal prosecution. Lewis invested in technology, medicine, and environmental projects, creating new businesses. His criminal empire gradually transformed, becoming more legal and stable. Lewis knew that this path would be long and difficult, but he was ready for any challenge. His goal remained the same: to maintain his influence and wealth, despite all the efforts of his enemies and law enforcement agencies. Lewis Harding continued his ascent, despite all the difficulties and obstacles. His name remained a symbol of strength and elusiveness, and he was ready for new challenges to preserve his empire and reach new heights. Every morning he woke up with the thought that his struggle was not over yet and was ready to move forward, overcoming any obstacles in his path. Lewis Harding understood that in order to preserve his empire and strengthen his financial position, he needed to carry out a large-scale operation that would provide him with resources for a long time. He began to develop a plan for the most daring robbery of his career, the robbery of the largest gold vault in the world, located in Switzerland. This vault, known as the Alpine Fortress, was considered impregnable. It was protected by multiple layers of security, including biometric locks, CCTV systems, armored doors, and armed guards. But Lewis knew that by using his resources and talents, he could overcome any obstacle. The first step was to assemble a team of the best specialists. Lewis brought in experienced hackers, engineers, safecrackers, and former Special Forces soldiers to the operation. He carefully selected people he could trust and began planning the operation down to the smallest detail. The preparation took several months. Lewis's team studied building layouts, security systems, and security guard schedules. Hackers began hacking into video surveillance and security systems, creating fake recordings to distract security at the right time. Engineers developed special devices for opening armored doors and safes. On the day of the robbery, everything was ready. Lewis and his team arrived on the scene early in the morning when security was least active. They used fake documents and uniforms to enter the building under the guise of technical staff. Once inside, the hackers took control of the security systems, disabling the alarm and surveillance cameras. The engineers quickly and accurately breached the armored doors leading to the main vault. At that moment, the safecrackers began their work, opening the massive metal doors, behind which were tons of gold. Everything went according to plan, and Lewis's team acted smoothly and accurately. However, despite all the precautions, one of the guards accidentally stumbled upon their operation and raised the alarm. Lewis knew they only had a few minutes left before the police arrived. He gave the command to speed up the process, and the team began to quickly load the gold into the prepared containers. When police arrived at the scene, Lewis and his team had already left the building. They used several escape routes, prepared in advance for such cases. One of the routes passed through underground tunnels that led to previously hidden vehicles. The other was through the roof, where the helicopters were waiting for them. The helicopters took off, carrying away the team and the stolen gold. Lewis, aboard one of the helicopters, looked down at the city behind him and knew that they had managed to fool the system again. This robbery was a real triumph, which strengthened his reputation as a brilliant strategist and leader. But Lewis knew that their victory would not last long unless precautions were taken. He organized the distribution of the looted gold among several caches in different countries to reduce risks. Some of the gold was melted down and sold on the black market, and some was invested in legal enterprises. This operation brought Lewis and his team huge profits and temporary respite. He understood that his empire needed constant development and protection, and continued to look for new ways to strengthen his position. Lewis Harding remained at the top, ready for new challenges and achievements. His name again became a legend, and he was ready to continue his ascent despite all the difficulties and dangers. After a daring robbery in Switzerland, Lewis Harding knew he needed to step up his precautions and expand his network to avoid prosecution and strengthen his empire. The robbery not only brought him enormous wealth, but also attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies, making his situation even more dangerous. Lewis decided that his next goal would be to strengthen his position in the digital world. He understood that the future of criminal operations lay in the field of high technology. To do this, he hired the best cybersecurity specialists and began to create his own closed network to conduct all operations. One of the first steps was to establish a new control center in one of the remote parts of Iceland. This center, hidden deep underground and protected from all possible attacks, became the new heart of his empire. Lewis equipped it with the latest technology and hired the best people to run the facility. However, he understood that for the stability of the empire, it was necessary not only to defend itself, but also to develop. Lewis began aggressive expansion into other sectors, including biotechnology, renewable energy, and pharmaceuticals. He saw this as an opportunity not only to legalize part of his income, but also to strengthen his position in the world market. During one of his travels, Lewis stopped in Tokyo, where he met with influential Japanese businessmen and crime bosses. He offered them cooperation, which included joint investments in technology and distribution of spheres of influence. This partnership allowed Lewis to gain a foothold in Asia and create new channels for its operations. Meanwhile, international law enforcement agencies continued to increase pressure. They launched a series of raids and arrests, trying to find leads that could lead to Lewis. But thanks to his network of informants and warning system, Lewis was always one step ahead. One day, while Lewis was in his hideout in Iceland, he received disturbing news. A special forces team was preparing to seize his facility. Lewis quickly organized an evacuation and ordered his team to destroy all important data. He knew that this blow would be serious, but he was ready for it. Special forces arrived at the scene, but found only empty premises and debris of destroyed equipment. Lewis and his team managed to escape, taking with them all the necessary resources and information. This operation showed him that even the most fortified positions could be vulnerable and forced him to reconsider his strategy. Lewis decided that he needed to act more radically. He began to develop a plan for a new, large-scale robbery, which was supposed to provide his empire with financial stability for many years. His target was one of the largest diamond storage facilities in the world, located in Antwerp, Belgium. Preparations for the operation were more thorough and detailed than ever. Lewis took into account all possible risks and developed several contingency plans. His team again consisted of the best specialists who knew their business down to the smallest detail. The robbery began late at night. Lewis and his team entered the building using fake passes and security uniforms. Hackers hacked the security systems and disabled the alarm, giving the team access to the vault. Safecrackers worked quickly and accurately, breaking open security doors and removing diamonds. But this time the police were ready for their actions. A special squad was stationed nearby, and as soon as the alarm was turned off, they began moving towards the robbery site. Lewis knew that they had little time left and gave the command to speed up the process. When the police burst into the building, Lewis and his team were already leaving the crime scene. Using pre-prepared tunnels and shelters, they were able to escape persecution. Helicopters and boats were waiting for them in safe areas, and soon they were already far from the scene. The Antwerp robbery was another triumph for Lewis and his team. The diamonds were distributed among caches and partially sold on the black market. This allowed Lewis to obtain the necessary funds to further develop his empire. The FBI has long been trying to find a way to penetrate Lewis Harding's impenetrable network. Every time they got closer to the solution, Lewis slipped away, leaving them empty-handed. But they knew that the key to the solution lay in one of Lewis's most loyal and best assistants, Mark Randall, who was responsible for cybersecurity and encryption of all operations of the empire. Mark Randall was a genius hacker and cybersecurity specialist who ensured Lewis was protected from all possible threats. His work allowed Lewis's empire to remain elusive and invisible. The FBI realized that capturing Randall could be a key step in destroying Harding's entire network. The FBI developed a complex operation to capture Randall. They started by monitoring his habits and behavior using modern tracking and data analysis technologies. They were able to establish that Mark periodically uses the same channel to communicate with Lewis and other team members. Using this information, the FBI installed an agent under the guise of a hacker offering his services on the black market. The agent was presented as a specialist capable of offering new encryption and protection methods. They knew such proposals might interest Randall, who was always looking for new ways to improve security. After some time, the FBI agent was able to establish contact with Mark and proposed a meeting to discuss the details of cooperation. The meeting was scheduled in one of the cafes in Berlin, where Randall was on his business. The agent was well trained and had hidden devices for recording and transmitting information. During the meeting, the agent was able to convince Randall of his competence and even gave him several fake software samples for testing. This allowed the FBI to gain access to Randall's computer and begin tracking his activities. They began hacking his system and established constant surveillance of his activities. After this, the FBI organized an operation to capture him. They knew that Mark periodically visited the same apartment in Berlin, where he stored his equipment and carried out part of his operations. The FBI set up an ambush near the apartment and prepared to take over. That day, as Randall returned to his apartment, the FBI acted quickly and decisively. They broke into the apartment while he was setting up new equipment. Mark tried to resist, but he had no chance against well-trained agents. He was arrested and immediately taken to a secure location for questioning. The FBI knew that Mark Randall was a valuable source of information and began interrogating him using various methods of pressure and persuasion. They offered him a reduced sentence in exchange for cooperation. At first, Mark was reluctant and refused to talk, but after several days of intense interrogation, he realized that he had no other choice. Mark began to reveal key information about the structure of Lewis's empire, encryption methods, and the locations of some of the caches. This information was a real breakthrough for the FBI. They began planning a series of operations to seize Lewis's assets and destroy his network. Meanwhile, Lewis learned of Randall's capture and realized that their network was under threat. He immediately began taking measures to minimize the damage. Lewis organized the evacuation of his people from known locations, changed all codes and encryption keys, and began implementing new security methods. Despite these efforts, the FBI managed to deal a serious blow to Lewis's empire. They carried out several successful raids, seizing a significant portion of his assets and arresting several key figures. Lewis knew this was just the beginning, and he would have to rebuild his empire to survive. Lewis Harding was not going to give up. He understood that the fight was just beginning and was ready to use all his resources and skills to restore his influence and protect his people. New challenges and trials awaited him ahead, but he was confident that he could overcome them and continue his ascent to the top. With each passing month, Lewis Harding felt the pressure on him and his empire intensify. Following the arrest of Mark Randall and a series of successful FBI raids, his once powerful criminal organization began to crumble. The gangs became smaller and smaller, and key figures left it, fleeing arrest or going over to the side of competitors. Lewis found it increasingly difficult to hide from the police and keep the remnants of his empire afloat. Lewis realized that his usual methods were no longer working. He lost access to a significant part of his resources, and the remaining assets were under close surveillance by law enforcement agencies. His trusted people who remained with him became increasingly nervous and suspicious, fearing for their lives and freedom. In an attempt to escape arrest, Lewis began to constantly move from one country to another, using fake documents and changing his appearance. He could no longer rely on his previous network of refugees and contacts, and every day was a fight for survival. One of these days, while in hiding on the outskirts of Madrid, Lewis received news that several more of his closest associates had been arrested. This was a serious blow for him. He understood that time was working against him, and his opportunities were decreasing every day. His finances were rapidly melting, and his options for maneuver were becoming increasingly limited. Realizing that a new path had to be found, Lewis decided to hold a meeting with the remnants of his team. In an abandoned warehouse, away from prying eyes, they discussed possible courses of action. The remaining people were full of determination, but understood that without drastic changes they would not survive. Lewis proposed a risky plan, one last big heist that could provide them with the funds for a new start. He chose a target, a large private bank in Geneva, which stored huge amounts of cash and jewelry. This bank was known for its impenetrable security system, but Lewis knew they had no other choice. The preparations for the robbery were rushed and intense. Lewis had to gather the remaining specialists and use all available resources to develop a plan. They knew this was their last chance, and every detail had to be planned perfectly. On the day of the robbery, the team entered the bank building using fake passes and hacking skills to bypass security systems. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally discovered them and raised the alarm. Soon the building was surrounded by police. Lewis and his men were trapped. They did not have time for long thoughts. They began to overload the safes, realizing that the chances of a successful escape were rapidly dwindling. Soon the building was filled with the sounds of sirens and approaching footsteps. They tried to break through the back exit, but the police were already there. A shootout ensued, and Lewis understood that the chances of salvation were minimal. Some of his men were wounded, and the situation became increasingly desperate. Lewis decided to send his men through a pre-prepared tunnel leading to a nearby underground garage. He himself stayed behind to hold off the police and give his team a chance to escape. He knew this was probably his last fight. Police stormed the building, and Lewis found himself face to face with dozens of armed agents. He resisted to the last, but the forces were unequal. He was eventually arrested and taken out of the building in handcuffs. This day marked the end of Lewis Harding's empire. The remnants of his team were able to escape through the tunnel, but their path was full of danger and uncertainty. Lewis was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. His name became a symbol of the fall of the great crime boss. Lewis Harding, who was once elusive and powerful, finds himself behind bars, reflecting on his life and the mistakes he made. His empire collapsed, but his memory remained alive in the legends of the criminal world. After Lewis Harding's arrest, the FBI continued to actively search for and arrest the remnants of his team. Each member of the gang represented an important link in the chain, and their capture could provide new evidence and strengthen the case against Harding. Using information received from Mark Randall and other sources, the agents began carefully planning their operations. The first person to be tracked down was James "Cyber" Miller, a hacker who was responsible for hacking security systems and creating false documents. The FBI used cyber investigative techniques to track his whereabouts. They discovered that James had taken refuge in one of the old industrial areas of Los Angeles, where he continued his hacking operations. Agents surrounded the building in which Miller was hiding and began an operation to capture him. They cut off the building's power and internet connection, leaving him unable to resist or escape. After several hours of negotiations, James surrendered and was arrested. His computers and equipment were seized, giving the FBI additional evidence against the gang. Next in line was Thomas "Engineer" Reed, a specialist in hacking and creating special devices. He went into hiding in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, where he lived under an assumed name. The FBI located him through financial transactions and assistance from Brazilian police. FBI agents and local police organized a joint operation to capture Reed. They surrounded his house and carried out a lightning raid, taking him by surprise. Reed tried to escape out the back exit but was caught and arrested. In his house, they found many tools and equipment that were used for criminal operations. Anna "Shadow" Carter, master of disguise and logistics expert, was hiding in Hong Kong. She was one of the most cautious members of the team, and her capture posed a major challenge for the FBI. Using information received from other arrested gang members, agents located her and began surveillance. The operation to capture Anna was carried out in several stages. The FBI first established her route and schedule, and then set up an ambush at one of the places she frequented. When Anna appeared, the agents quickly and quietly detained her. She turned out to be a real treasure trove of information, as she kept records of many of the gang's operations. The final key member of the team was Michael "Muscle" Brown, responsible for physical security and force support for operations. He hid in the Nevada desert, hoping that the remoteness and desert landscape would help him evade capture. But the FBI used satellite intelligence and trackers to pinpoint his location. When Michael's location was confirmed, the FBI launched a sting operation using helicopters and ground teams. They surrounded his hideout and asked him to surrender. Michael tried to resist but quickly realized that he had no chance. He surrendered and was arrested. With the capture of all the key members of Louis Harding's team, the FBI was able to finally destroy his once mighty empire. Each person arrested provided new evidence and information that helped strengthen the case against Harding and his gang. Their criminal organization was dismantled, and Harding himself remained in prison, realizing that his time had passed. The legend of Louis Harding and his gang will live on in crime history, but their era is over. The FBI has won a victory, exposing and dismantling one of the most powerful criminal organizations of our time. Louis Harding, during his many years of criminal career, managed to steal more than $500 million. His life was filled with daring robberies, complex schemes, and a constant game of cat and mouse with law enforcement. Despite all the difficulties and obstacles, he always stayed one step ahead, using his intelligence and skills to avoid arrest. However, with each new robbery and successful operation, the pressure on Louis grew. The authorities never tired of pursuing him, and every month it became more and more difficult to hide. His team was getting smaller and resources were running out. Ultimately, the FBI was able to track down and arrest one of Louis's top lieutenants, giving them key information to capture the rest of the gang. After Louis's arrest, the FBI continued to work aggressively, tracking down and arresting all of his associates. The remnants of his once powerful empire were destroyed, and Louis himself ended up in prison, sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Sitting in his prison cell, Louis realized that his time had passed. He thought about his career, about the millions of dollars that had passed through his hands, and about the sacrifices that remained along the way. He was a legend in the criminal world, but now it was just a story. However, even behind bars, Louis did not lose his sharp mind. He knew that he had left a mark on history, and perhaps his name would be remembered for a long time. But most importantly, he understood that his fate was now in the hands of the system, which he had deceived and bypassed for so many years. And although his life in prison was far from luxury and freedom, Louis Harding remained calm. He knew that his legacy of stolen millions and daring robberies would live on in people's memories. His story became a warning to others, and an example of how high you can fly and how low you can fall. Louis Harding lived his life on the edge of the law and crime, and although his career ended behind bars, he left his mark on history as one of the most cunning and successful criminals of his time. Third criminal story. James Ellison grew up in a small town in the American Midwest. His family lived modestly, and the boy realized early on that money plays an important role in life. From childhood, James stood out among his peers for his intelligence and curiosity. He was always drawn to knowledge and especially loved mathematics. At school, James was one of the best students, despite the difficulties his family faced. His father worked at a local factory, and his mother worked as a cleaner to make ends meet. James often helped his parents with housework and sometimes worked part-time to contribute to the family budget. One day, while returning home after school, James noticed his classmate taking money from a younger student. This gave him a sense of injustice, but also a realization that money could give power and control. From that day on, he decided that he would do anything to get out of poverty and achieve financial independence. James began reading books about business and finance, diligently studying every aspect of this field. His desire for knowledge and success was unshakable. Over the years, he became even more ambitious, dreaming of the day when he could change his life and achieve success. After graduating from school with honors, James entered a prestigious university where he continued to study finance. He quickly attracted the attention of professors with his sharp mind and unusual approach to problem solving. At the university, James made acquaintances with influential people who would play an important role in his life in the future. While attending university, James Ellison found work as an intern at a large bank on Wall Street. This was his first real opportunity to delve into the world of high finance. He did not miss any opportunity to learn something new, often staying at work until late at night. His desire for success was visible to everyone, and James soon became an indispensable employee. After graduating from university, James received a permanent job offer at a bank. He quickly moved up the career ladder, earning the respect of his colleagues and superiors. His analytical skills and ability to predict market trends have made him one of the best experts in his field. However, with success came the realization that legitimate methods of achieving financial well-being were often limited. One day, while working on his next project, James noticed some loopholes in the financial system. He began to think about how these loopholes could be used for personal gain. At first, his thoughts were just a mind game, but over time, the idea of earning more than his position allowed became more and more attractive. James began to make plans on how to bypass the system without arousing suspicion. James's first step into the criminal world was to create fake companies and use them to launder money. He carefully concealed his actions, using his knowledge and connections to remain undetected. Gradually, his operations became more complex and large-scale. James learned to masterfully manipulate financial flows, creating the appearance of legality of his operations. His successes in criminal activities did not go unnoticed. James soon began to attract the attention of criminal elements who were looking for a smart and ambitious ally. He began collaborating with the mafia, helping them launder money and invest it in legitimate businesses. James became increasingly powerful and dangerous, his criminal empire growing along with his ambitions. However, despite all his successes, James understood that every mistake could be fatal. His life turned into a constant game with fire, where not only money was at stake, but also his freedom. Can James stay on top, or will he inevitably fall? Several years passed, and James Ellison became one of the most influential people in the shadow economy. His money laundering operations spanned several continents, and his connections to international criminal organizations strengthened his position. His life seemed perfect, but the tension was constantly growing. One day, James received information about a major government project to investigate financial crimes. This project included the creation of a special unit whose goal was to identify and eliminate illegal financial flows. James realized that sooner or later they might get on his trail and decided to take action. He began to overhaul his schemes and strengthened his security measures by bringing in top cybersecurity experts. At the same time, James began to build connections in political circles so that he could influence the investigation from the inside. He understood that every mistake could cost him everything he had achieved, so he acted extremely carefully. At one of the closed meetings with representatives of the mafia, James proposed a plan to introduce his people into government structures. This plan involved bribing high-ranking officials and using blackmail to achieve their goals. With its help, a criminal organization could obtain information about investigations and avoid arrests. Meanwhile, James began to face internal conflicts within his empire. Some of his subordinates began to be jealous of his success and sought to take his place. One such man was Michael Dorn, an ambitious and ruthless young man who would stop at nothing to become the new leader. Michael began secretly gathering information against James in order to frame him and take his place. He used his connections to bribe people around James and extract incriminating information from them. But James was not so simple. He had long suspected Michael and began to prepare for possible betrayal. One day, James received information that Michael was plotting against him. Instead of acting directly, James decided to play smarter. He set up a trap in which Michael and his supporters fell into, finding themselves at the center of a fabricated scandal. This allowed James to get rid of the traitors and strengthen his power. However, James's problems did not end there. The sudden disappearance of Michael and his accomplices attracted the attention of law enforcement agencies. James understood that the time had come to act even more secretly and carefully. His next goal was to create a completely legal business that could become a cover for his shadow operations. James began investing in real estate and high-tech startups, creating the appearance of a successful and honest entrepreneur. But despite all his efforts, the danger continued to grow. Will James Ellison be able to hold his ground and avoid detection, or will his criminal empire collapse under the onslaught of justice? James Ellison realized that his position was becoming increasingly precarious. Increased attention from law enforcement agencies forced him to act even more carefully. He decided to expand his legal business to create more distractions for investigators. One of these projects was the opening of an elite financial consulting agency specializing in large capital management. James's agency quickly gained a reputation as a reliable and successful enterprise. Wealthy clients flocked to him for advice and management of their assets, unaware that behind the facade of legality lay a complex network of illegal transactions. James used the agency as a front for his main operations while continuing to run his criminal empire from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the government investigation gained momentum. The Special Financial Crimes Unit, led by Detective Elizabeth Harper, began collecting evidence against major players in the shadow economy. Elizabeth was a determined and experienced woman, known for her uncompromising attitude and high professionalism. She had long suspected that James Ellison was playing a double game and was determined to prove his guilt. James learned that Elizabeth had launched an investigation against him and decided to be proactive. He used his connections to gain access to information about the progress of the investigation. This allowed him to destroy evidence in a timely manner and hide traces of his operations. However, Elizabeth was not so simple. She began using unconventional methods to bring James into the open. In one of her moves, Elizabeth brought into the investigation a talented hacker named Alexei, who managed to hack the security system of James's agency. This gave investigators access to important data that could prove James's involvement in illegal operations. James realized that his situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and decided that the time had come for drastic measures. He organized a meeting with the most powerful crime bosses to discuss a plan to eliminate Elizabeth Harper. They agreed to set her up to divert attention from James and buy time to destroy incriminating data. The plan involved creating false evidence that would indicate that Elizabeth herself was involved in corruption schemes. However, Elizabeth was ready for such actions. She carried out countermeasures and went undercover to gather more evidence. Her team managed to take statements from several key witnesses who could confirm James's criminal activities. Time was against him, and he realized that he risked losing everything. James decided to go all in. He began preparing to leave the country and hide in one of the countries that does not have an extradition agreement with the United States. Secretly, he transferred some of his assets to offshore accounts and prepared documents for a new identity. However, he knew that this would not be easy, since Elizabeth did not take her eyes off him. Will James Ellison be able to escape and start a new life, or will his past catch up with him at the worst possible time? James Ellison continued to prepare his escape without wasting a minute. He decided to use his last trump card, an old acquaintance named Victor, who was an experienced smuggler and could organize departure from the country. Victor agreed to help James for a large reward, realizing that the risk was great but the potential profit was worth it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper and her team were increasing the pressure. They obtained several important clues and prepared an arrest warrant for James. Elizabeth knew that James might try to escape, so she developed a strategy to block all possible routes for his escape. She coordinated with international law enforcement agencies to block any possible routes. The day of the escape arrived. James collected all the necessary documents and money, packed them in an inconspicuous suitcase, and left his luxurious penthouse, leaving behind the illusion of a normal working day. He headed to a secret meeting place with Victor, where he was supposed to receive fake documents and directions for a safe route. Victor provided him with a new passport, tickets, and detailed instructions for crossing the border. James got into the car and felt his heartbeat speed up. The driver, without saying a word, drove the car towards the exit from the city. But at one of the checkpoints, they were stopped by a police patrol. The driver tried to confidently explain the reason for their trip, but the police already had a warrant for James's arrest and knew who they were looking for. At that moment, James realized that his only chance of salvation was to use his sharp mind and experience to get out of the current situation. He asked the driver not to panic and remain calm. James quickly came up with a convincing alibi related to his legitimate business. He claimed that he was going to an important meeting with international investors, and he had documents that could confirm his words. The police checked the documents and, not finding anything suspicious, decided to release the car. James felt relieved, but knew this was just the beginning. Realizing that the situation was becoming too dangerous, he decided to change the route and contact Victor to discuss further actions. Victor suggested that James meet in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, where they could discuss the details of the escape without the risk of being noticed. When James arrived at the scene, he saw Victor and several other people he didn't know. Victor explained that these were his trusted people who would help organize the escape. While James was discussing the plan, his phone vibrated. It was a message from one of his law enforcement informants. Elizabeth Harper had received new evidence and was about to launch a large-scale operation to detain him. James realized that time was running out. Together with Victor, they developed a new plan: use false documents and secret routes to get out of the country on a private jet. They knew that airports would be under close surveillance, so they decided to use a small private airfield outside the city. At night, under cover of darkness, James and Victor headed towards the airfield. On the way, they changed cars several times to confuse possible pursuers. Finally, they arrived at the scene and saw the plane ready to take off. James knew this was his last chance. As he boarded the plane, he felt a mixture of relief and tension. Takeoff was the moment when his life hung in the balance. As the plane took off, James realized that he was now dependent only on his ingenuity and luck. Elizabeth Harper and her team arrived at the airfield a few minutes after the plane took off. She realized that she had missed James, but she was determined to continue the hunt. James Ellison was out of reach, but his criminal empire was still in danger of being exposed. The question was how long he could hide and whether he would be able to build a new life away from justice. Now safe abroad, James began to make new plans. His journey into the world of crime was not over yet, and many trials and challenges awaited him ahead. Will his enemies be able to catch up with him, or will James Ellison disappear from the radar of law enforcement forever? In a new country, James Ellison decided to start with a clean slate, but old habits and ambitions would not let him go. He realized that now, far from America, he had the opportunity to start a new criminal empire. James soon established contacts with local criminal groups and convinced them of his competence and experience. His first major operation in the new country was to be the robbery of the largest bank in the capital. James carefully prepared for this case, realizing that any mistake could cost him his freedom. He assembled a team of professionals, each of whom was a master in his field: burglars, drivers, security experts, and even hackers. James developed a detailed robbery plan that included several stages. The first stage is collecting information. The team spent several weeks studying the bank, its security system, employee work schedules, and collection routes. James's hackers were able to hack into the bank's internal servers and gain access to building plans and security guard schedules. At the second stage, James decided to divert the attention of the police. He organized a series of small robberies in different areas of the city in order to confuse investigators and reduce their level of vigilance. These operations allowed the police to concentrate their forces on the wrong targets, leaving the bank less protected. On the day of the robbery, James and his team acted smoothly and flawlessly. The burglars entered the bank through underground communications that led to the basement of the building. The hackers disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras, creating the illusion of a normal working day. The drivers were ready in case a quick getaway was needed. Once the team was inside, they quickly and efficiently began opening the safes. James knew that time was against them, so every step was perfected to the smallest detail. They used the latest technology to open locks and safes, allowing them to avoid unnecessary noise and delays. While the team worked inside the bank, James monitored the operation from his command center located a few blocks away. He maintained contact with each team member through encrypted communication channels, coordinating their actions and promptly responding to any unforeseen circumstances. When all the valuables were collected, the team began to leave the bank along a pre-designed route. The hackers returned the cameras and alarms to working order, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The drivers quickly and quietly took the robbers out of the city, using fake cars and false license plates. The entire robbery process took no more than 30 minutes. When the police finally arrived at the scene, James and his team were already far away. They successfully escaped with the loot, leaving behind a minimum of evidence. This robbery became one of the most daring and successful operations in the history of the city. After this success, James Ellison strengthened his position in the criminal world. He earned a reputation as a master of his craft and could now count on the support and trust of the most influential crime bosses. However, despite his success, James knew that his journey was far from over. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. After a successful robbery, James Ellison decided not to stop there. He understood that each next step must be even more thoughtful and risky. James began to think about creating an international network that would allow him to conduct large operations in different countries without attracting undue attention to himself. His next goal was to rob one of the most secure banks in Europe. This bank was famous for its impenetrable security system and high degree of asset protection. James understood that for such a task, he would need not just a team of professionals, but real masters of their craft. He began to carefully select people for the new operation. His team included the best specialists, hackers capable of hacking any system, engineers who understand the latest security technologies, and experienced burglars who could open any safe. Each team member passed a strict selection process and was ready for any challenge. James developed a plan that included several stages of preparation. The first stage is collecting information and creating a dossier for each bank employee. Hackers hacked into the personal and professional profiles of workers, studying their habits and weaknesses. Engineers created exact copies of keys and access cards using the stolen data. At the second stage, the team conducted a series of training missions, practicing each element of the robbery until it became automatic. They created an exact replica of a bank vault and trained to open safes in conditions as close as possible to real ones. James paid special attention to detail, understanding that any little detail could be fatal. On the day of the robbery, the team was prepared for any eventuality. James organized several diversionary maneuvers in different parts of the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, The main group entered the bank through underground communications, previously studied and prepared. Hackers took control of surveillance and alarm systems, creating the illusion of a normal working day. Burglars opened safes with surgical precision, removing cash, jewelry, and securities. The entire process was fine-tuned to the smallest detail, and the team acted as a single organism. However, this time things did not go as smoothly as planned. One of the bank employees accidentally noticed something strange and raised the alarm. James's team found themselves trapped when armed guards arrived on the scene. A shootout began and the situation escalated to the limit. James, coordinating the team's actions from the command center, realized that he needed to act quickly. He ordered the hackers to activate Plan B, shutting down the entire city power grid. In an instant, the entire area was plunged into darkness, giving James's team precious minutes to evacuate. Under the cover of darkness, the team managed to escape from the bank and hide in an abandoned building nearby. They used underground tunnels to escape pursuit and fled the city a few hours later in several vehicles. Despite unforeseen difficulties, the operation was successful. After the robbery, James and his team carefully covered their tracks. They divided the spoils and went to different countries to lay low. James knew he would have to be even more careful now that his name had become known internationally. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper, having learned about the daring robbery, realized that James was behind it. She began to establish connections with European colleagues in order to join forces and catch the criminal. But James was one step ahead, planning his next moves and strengthening his empire. Will James Ellison be able to escape justice and continue his criminal career, or will he inevitably be exposed? Time will tell what new challenges and dangers his quest to the top of the criminal world will bring. James Ellison was not going to stop there. After a successful heist in Europe, he decided to strengthen his network and expand his influence into new territories. He knew that to achieve his ambitions, he needed to constantly adapt and stay one step ahead of law enforcement. His next target was Asia, where he planned to organize a series of robberies and money laundering through large financial institutions. James went to Hong Kong, one of the world's largest financial centers. There, he began to establish contacts with local criminal groups and corrupt officials. The first step was to create a cover for his operations. James opened a legal investment company that attracted large clients and invested their money in various projects. This gave him the opportunity to carry out his shadow operations unnoticed and without unnecessary attention. James also revamped his team, bringing in new talent from different countries. Among them were hackers from Russia, crackers from Japan, and engineers from China. Each of them was an expert in their field and ready to take on the most difficult tasks. One of the first major cases in Asia was the robbery of a large jewelry store in the center of Hong Kong. James developed a detailed plan that included several stages. First, hackers penetrated the store's security system and disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras. During this time, burglars used their skills to open display cases and safes where jewelry was kept. The operation went quickly and without unnecessary fuss. The team took out the jewelry in specially prepared cars and hid in one of the underground garages where a truck was waiting for them, ready to transport the loot. James arranged for the jewelry to be transported on a private jet to one of the countries where he could easily sell it on the black market. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper wasted no time. She continued to gather information about James and his operations using every resource available. Her persistence and ability to analyze data allowed her to get on the trail of his new operation in Hong Kong. She contacted local police and began coordinating an international investigation. However, James was one step ahead. He learned that Elizabeth was on his trail again and decided to use this to his advantage. He created several diversions to confuse investigators and give himself time to prepare another major robbery. His next target was the largest bank in Shanghai. It was a heavily guarded facility with the latest security systems, but James was confident in his abilities and the skills of his team. He developed a plan that included hacking the bank's computer systems, breaking into vaults, and removing cash and securities. The operation began as a diversion. James's hackers launched a cyber attack on several large companies in the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, the team entered the bank through underground communications, using false documents and access cards. Once the team was inside, the hackers took control of the surveillance and alarm systems, creating the illusion of a normal workday. Burglars opened safes and vaults with surgical precision, seizing cash, jewelry, and securities. The operation went without a hitch, but at the last moment one of the guards noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. A firefight broke out and James's team found themselves trapped. They quickly regrouped and used previously prepared exits to leave the building. James coordinated their actions from the command center, providing support and communication. Despite the difficulties encountered, the team managed to get out of the bank and escape. Elizabeth Harper and her team arrived on the scene a few minutes after James's team left the bank. She knew she was close to being caught, but James got away again. This only strengthened her determination and desire to see it through to the end. James and his team returned to base, where they divided the spoils and began planning their next operation. He understood that his confrontation with Elizabeth was becoming increasingly tense, but he was ready for new challenges. Will they be able to continue their daring operations and evade justice, or will they inevitably be exposed? Time will tell how far James Ellison will go in his quest to reach the top of the criminal world. James Ellison knew that his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper had reached a new level. He knew that his every move would be closely monitored, so he decided to change tactics. Instead of carrying out large heists that attract too much attention, he decided to focus on more sophisticated and hidden schemes. His first new operation was the creation of a network of fictitious companies that would launder money and finance illegal transactions. James hired the best accountants and lawyers to help him create a complex structure that hid the true sources of income. These companies operated under the guise of legitimate business, which allowed them to remain undetected by law enforcement. At the same time, James began investing heavily in technology and cybersecurity. He realized that the future of the criminal world lay in digital technology and decided to become a leader in this field. His team of hackers developed unique hacking and data security techniques that allowed them to stay one step ahead of competitors and the police. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her investigation. She understood that James would not stop and would look for new ways to hide from justice. Elizabeth established cooperation with international law enforcement agencies and began coordinating efforts to capture him. She also brought in top analysts to help her decipher James's complex financial schemes. One day, while analyzing data, her team discovered traces of one of James's fictitious companies. It was a small but important discovery that could lead to the exposure of the entire network. Elizabeth decided to act quickly and organized an operation to collect additional evidence. James learned that the police were on the trail of one of his companies and realized that it was time to act. He organized the evacuation of employees and the destruction of all incriminating documents. He also decided to strike back using his hacking skills. His team hacked into law enforcement servers to learn about Elizabeth's plans and prepare for them. James soon realized that Elizabeth and her team were hunting his key employees. He decided it was time to go on the offensive and show that he was not as vulnerable as they thought. Together with his team, he developed a plan to disinformation and plant false leads to confuse investigators and lead them down the wrong path. Elizabeth, having received new information, began an operation to detain James's alleged accomplices. However, when her team arrived at the scene, they discovered that they had fallen into a trap. James and the hackers prepared this operation in advance to test the readiness of the investigators and their resources. Despite temporary setbacks, Elizabeth did not give up. She knew that James was more careful and sophisticated, but her experience and intuition told her that he would definitely make a mistake. And this mistake will be her chance for success. Meanwhile, James continued to strengthen his empire. He expanded his activities to other countries and began collaborating with the largest crime syndicates around the world. His influence and wealth grew, and he felt that he was becoming beyond the reach of justice. However, James knew that his successes had attracted the attention of not only the police, but also his rivals in the underworld. He began to face attempts at frame-up and betrayal from those who were jealous of his success and sought to take his place. This made him even more vigilant and careful. James Ellison's future seemed bright, but he understood that every new operation carried risk. He had to constantly find a balance between daring plans and caution to stay on top. Can Elizabeth and her team find a way to stop him? Or will James continue his criminal career while staying one step ahead of everyone else? Time will tell what trials and challenges await him along this path. James Ellison realized that his position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. Even as his operations became increasingly sophisticated, pressure from law enforcement and competitors grew. He decided that it was time for riskier, but potentially more profitable, operations to strengthen his position and divert attention from his current affairs. One of these risky steps was the decision to organize a large-scale theft of intellectual property from one of the largest technology giants in the world. James knew that successful implementation of this plan would allow him to gain access to advanced technology and be several steps ahead of his competitors. To prepare for the operation, James assembled a team of the best hackers and information security specialists. He knew that the target of their attack had incredibly powerful defenses, so everything had to be executed flawlessly. The team began with a thorough analysis of the company's security systems, using all available resources to gather information. Hackers broke into the company's system and began quietly introducing malware that allowed them to access sensitive data. They worked undercover so as not to arouse suspicion from the security service. Over the course of several weeks, the team carefully downloaded the necessary files, avoiding unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her investigation. Its analysts noticed anomalous activity in the systems of one of the largest technology companies and realized that it could be the work of James. Elizabeth immediately began coordinating efforts with the company's IT specialists and international law enforcement agencies to prevent data leaks and catch the criminals. The operation reached its climax when James's hackers began the final step, downloading the most important data. At this point, the company's security service discovered traces of a break-in and raised the alarm. Elizabeth and her team arrived on scene within minutes and began coordinating efforts to contain the threat. James, having learned about the failure of the operation, realized that it was necessary to urgently withdraw the team. He gave the order to stop the download and destroy all traces that could lead to him. The hackers managed to hide some of the evidence, but the police were already on their trail. A tense game of cat and mouse began, where every step could be fatal. Despite all precautions, one of the hackers was captured by the police. Elizabeth saw this as a chance to get to James. She offered the hacker a deal, a reduced sentence in exchange for information about his employer. The hacker, fearing severe punishment, agreed to cooperate. James found out about this and realized that his situation was now becoming critical. He decided to change tactics and move to another country where it would be more difficult to find him. But before that, he needed to prepare his departure so as not to leave any traces. He began transferring assets to offshore accounts and destroying all data that could give him away. James soon left his base and headed to Latin America, where a new safe house and contacts with local criminal organizations awaited him. He understood that now he would have to start practically from scratch, but his experience and connections allowed him to quickly adapt to new conditions. Elizabeth Harper didn't give up. She knew James had left again, but she was determined to find him and bring him to justice. She continued to coordinate the international investigation, making new connections and gaining access to resources that could help catch James. Meanwhile, James began to build a new life in Latin America. He again began creating fictitious companies and established cooperation with local criminal groups. His influence and wealth were growing again, but he knew that Elizabeth would not stop until she caught him. James Ellison has strengthened his position in Latin America. He established cooperation with local crime bosses, creating a powerful network for money laundering and illegal operations. His shell companies flourished, providing a steady income and protection from suspicion. But he knew that every step he took must be as careful as possible. Elizabeth Harper, meanwhile, continued her investigation. She focused her efforts on tracking the financial flows associated with James's activities. Her team worked around the clock, analyzing data and trying to find a weak point in his new empire. They understood that the key to catching James lay in his financial transactions. One day, Elizabeth received important information from one of her informants. It was a detailed scheme of financial transfers that could lead to James. She immediately began to develop an operation plan to expose him and stop his criminal activities. James, meanwhile, was preparing a new major case. He decided to organize a robbery of one of the largest banks in Rio de Janeiro. It was a risky venture, but success could strengthen his position and bring huge profits. He assembled his team and began careful preparations. His plan included several stages. The first is hacking the bank's security system. To do this, he recruited the best hackers who could disable the alarm and surveillance cameras. The second stage is penetration into the bank through underground communications. James knew that the tunnel system under the city was quite complex, but his team was ready for any difficulties. The third stage is opening safes and vaults. The burglars who worked with James were some of the best in the world and had experience working with the most complex security systems. The fourth and final stage is the withdrawal of production from the bank and evacuation. James developed several escape routes to avoid pursuit. On the day of the robbery, James's team acted coherently and confidently. Hackers broke into the security system and disabled the alarm. The burglars entered the bank through underground tunnels and began opening the safes. Everything was going according to plan until one of the bank employees accidentally noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. A tense game began. James quickly reacted to the changing situation and ordered the team to speed up. They collected everything they could and began evacuating. The police were already on the way, and James's team had to act quickly and decisively. As the team was leaving the bank, the police arrived at the scene. A firefight ensued and several crew members were wounded. James personally coordinated their actions, maintaining contact via radio channels. Despite all the difficulties, they managed to break through and hide in an abandoned building nearby. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper and her team received information about the robbery that had occurred. She immediately realized that James was behind this and began coordinating the operation to capture him. They began checking all possible hiding places and routes to find him and his team. James and his men quickly realized that they had to leave the city immediately. They took advantage of pre-prepared cars and began to move towards a secret airfield where a private plane was waiting for them. Elizabeth and her team were on their tail, but James managed to confuse them using false leads and diversions. At the last moment, when the plane was ready to take off, Elizabeth arrived at the airfield. An intense fight ensued, during which several members of James's team were captured. However, James himself managed to board the plane and take off, leaving behind the airfield in chaos. James's plane headed to one of the Caribbean countries, where new allies and refugees were waiting for him. He understood that his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper was far from over, and was preparing for new challenges. Elizabeth, for her part, knew that James had slipped away again, but her resolve only strengthened. She was sure that sooner or later she would catch him and put an end to his criminal activities. James Ellison began a new chapter in his criminal career, but every day brought new dangers and challenges. Can Elizabeth and her team find a way to stop him, or will James continue his escape, remaining elusive and powerful? Time will tell how far this confrontation will go, and what new paths James will choose on his dangerous path. When James Ellison's plane landed on a small Caribbean island, he was met by his allies, who had prepared everything he needed in advance for his new start. The warm breeze and calm waters of the Caribbean Sea temporarily lulled his vigilance. Here, in this secluded paradise, James could forget about his dangerous life for a while. James began to build his new empire from scratch. He quickly established contacts with local criminal groups and businessmen who wanted to make money on his knowledge and experience. James's plan involved smuggling rare and valuable goods, as well as money laundering through the tourism business. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper wasted no time. She established cooperation with international law enforcement agencies and continued the hunt for James. Her determination and perseverance were genuine. She knew that James was hiding somewhere in the Caribbean and was willing to spend as much time as it took to find him. James knew that his confrontation with Elizabeth was not over. He knew that sooner or later she would find his trail, so he developed a complex network of false leads and cover-ups to confuse her and buy time for his new operations. One of these operations was the theft of a valuable artifact from a local museum. This artifact was an ancient relic that could be sold on the black market for huge amounts of money. James assembled a new team consisting of local specialists and old associates who managed to avoid arrest. On the night of the theft, James and his team broke into the museum using their old tricks and new technology. They quickly and silently bypassed the security and alarm systems, opened the display case, and took the artifact. The whole operation took no more than half an hour, and when the police arrived at the scene, James and his men were already far away. Elizabeth Harper learned about the theft of the artifact and realized that it was James's doing. She increased pressure on her sources and within a few weeks managed to get on the trail of one of his accomplices. This trail led her to a Caribbean island where she began coordinating an operation to apprehend James. James, having learned about Elizabeth's approach, realized that he needed to hide again. But instead of running, he decided to launch a preemptive strike. He staged a false meeting to lure Elizabeth into a trap. In one of the old abandoned villas on the island, James and his team prepared everything for its capture. Elizabeth arrived at the meeting suspecting it might be a trap, but she was prepared for any eventuality. When she entered the villa, James's team quickly surrounded her. An intense battle began, during which Elizabeth and her people showed all their preparation and determination. They managed to repel the attack and take several members of James's team prisoner. James managed to escape at the last moment, leaving Elizabeth with several important clues and captured criminals. She knew she was close to being caught again, but James took a step forward. Now she had new data and new plans on how to find and stop him. James, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, decided to leave the Caribbean and move to Europe. He knew that new opportunities and new threats would await him there. Again, starting with a clean slate, he was determined to continue his criminal career despite all the obstacles. Elizabeth Harper, having received new information, began to prepare for the next stage of her investigation. She knew that her confrontation with James was far from over, but her determination and perseverance were adamant. She was ready to follow him to the ends of the earth to finally stop him. The game of cat and mouse continued, and each new chapter brought more challenges and dangers. Will James and Elizabeth be able to achieve their goals, or will their paths cross in a final decisive showdown? Time will tell who will emerge victorious in this intense and dangerous game. James Ellison settled down in Europe, choosing a secluded place in Switzerland. This country, with its banks and tradition of neutrality, was ideal for covert operations. Here James decided to infiltrate the world of high finance and develop his criminal empire to a new level. He organized a fictitious investment company that was engaged in managing large capitals. This allowed him not only to launder money, but also to attract new clients, including major crime bosses. James quickly realized that his future was connected with new technologies and cryptocurrencies. One of his first steps was to create his own cryptocurrency exchange. Using his knowledge and experience, he was able to attract investors and create the appearance of a legal business. But in reality, his exchange served for money laundering and illegal transactions. James quickly became an influential figure in the world of cryptocurrencies, which attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also competitors. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper didn't give up her attempts to find James. She established connections with European colleagues and began collecting information about new financial schemes. Her attention was drawn to unusual activity on one of the cryptocurrency exchanges, and she decided that it might be related to James. Elizabeth organized a secret investigation, attracting the best cybersecurity specialists. They began looking into transactions on the exchange and soon discovered suspicious transactions that could lead to James. She knew this was her chance to strike at his empire. James, realizing that his activities had attracted attention, decided to carry out a daring operation to seize a controlling stake in one of the largest banks in Switzerland. He developed a complex scheme involving stock manipulation, bribery of officials, and hacking of banking systems. On the night of the operation, his team of hackers infiltrated the bank's systems and began quietly altering data to pave the way for the takeover. At the same time, James's agents began buying shares through shell companies, creating the appearance of a legal transaction. Everything went according to plan until Elizabeth learned of the impending attack. Elizabeth and her team acted quickly. They coordinated with local police and intelligence agencies to thwart James's plans. Just as James's team was close to completing the operation, the police burst into the bank. An intense fight ensued and several hackers were captured. James managed to escape, but his plans were ruined. He realized that he could no longer rely on old methods and must look for new ways. His next step was to create a network of spies and agents in government circles to obtain information about the actions of the police and investigators. Elizabeth, despite her success in foiling the operation, knew that James would not stop. She continued to work to expose his activities, hoping that the next step would lead her to final victory. Now James and Elizabeth were playing a new, even more dangerous game. Each of their actions became more and more risky, and the stakes grew every day. Can they find a way to defeat each other, or will their rivalry continue until one of them finally falls? Time will tell what new challenges and adventures await them ahead. James Ellison began to think of a new, larger plan that could divert attention from his operations and at the same time bring significant profits. He decided to carry out a series of simultaneous robberies of large banks in different European countries. This was to be not only the most daring crime of his career, but also to serve as a distraction while he prepared his main attack. James has assembled a team of the best specialists from all over the world. Among them were hackers, burglars, masters of camouflage, and logistics. The plan was detailed to the smallest detail. Each robbery had to happen simultaneously to confuse the police and make it difficult to coordinate their actions. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her hunt. She knew James was planning something big, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Her underworld sources spoke of unusual activity, but no specific details. Elizabeth decided to increase surveillance of all known contacts of James and hire more cybersecurity specialists to monitor his digital footprints. Day X has arrived. Robberies began in different cities of Europe. Banks in Paris, London, Berlin, and Rome were attacked, Hackers hacked into security systems, disabling alarms and surveillance cameras. Burglars broke into vaults, taking millions of euros in cash and securities. Elizabeth and her team immediately knew it was James's work. She quickly organized international law enforcement coordination to stop the robberies and capture the criminals. But James foresaw this move. He prepared several false leads in advance that were supposed to confuse the investigators. While the police were busy investigating the robberies, James began implementing his main plan: to take over a large company developing advanced technologies in the field of artificial intelligence. He knew that having such technology would give him a huge advantage in the future. James used his contacts and financial resources to begin buying up the company's shares through front men. His hackers simultaneously hacked into the company's systems to gain access to secret developments. Everything was going according to plan until one of the company employees noticed suspicious activity and reported it to the police. Elizabeth, having received information about suspicious transactions in the company's shares, immediately realized that this could be the work of James. She organized a special operation to prevent the takeover of the company and detain James. This time, she decided to act more carefully to prevent him from leaving again. On the day James was about to complete the operation to take over the company, his base was surrounded by special forces. Elizabeth personally coordinated the effort to make sure James didn't get away. A fierce firefight ensued, and several of James's crew were captured. But James managed to escape again. He knew that now he would have to lie low for a while and develop a new plan. His resources and connections still allowed him to stay afloat, but he understood that every failure made him more vulnerable. Elizabeth, despite partial success, was not satisfied. She knew that James was still at large and that his new plan could be even more dangerous. She continued to work on finding him, realizing that their confrontation was far from over. Each step, each new operation brought more stress and risk. The question was, which of them would make the decisive move and change the course of the game? James and Elizabeth continued their dangerous game, knowing that the stakes in this game were their lives and the fates of many people. After another escape, James Ellison realized that he needed to change tactics. He decided to go into the shadows and spend time analyzing his mistakes and planning new moves. James went to a small village in the Alps, where he could quietly hide and develop his new plans. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her hunt. She couldn't afford to relax, knowing that James was preparing something new. Elizabeth established surveillance of all possible contacts of James and used the latest technology to track his digital footprints. Several months passed and James realized it was time to act. He decided to carry out an operation that would allow him to finally escape and start a new life. His plan included stealing key data on the international transactions of major banks and corporations, which he could use for blackmail or sale on the black market. To do this, James assembled a new team of cybersecurity specialists, former military personnel, and masters of camouflage. They began with careful preparation, exploring all possible ways to access the necessary information and developing evacuation plans. James knew that any mistake could cost him everything, so he personally supervised every stage of preparation. He used his connections and resources to ensure the safety of the operation and minimize risks. James's team began to act, penetrating the networks of major banks and corporations. While the operation was underway, Elizabeth Harper received a tip from one of her informants. She learned of suspicious activity on the networks of several banks and realized that it could be the work of James. Elizabeth immediately began coordinating the efforts of her team and international partners to stop him. When James's team was close to completing the operation, Elizabeth and her men broke into their hideout. A fierce battle ensued, during which several members of James's team were captured. James managed to escape, but lost most of his team and the data they managed to obtain. Realizing that his position was becoming increasingly precarious, James decided to use his last trump card. He turned to one of his old allies, a powerful crime boss who owed him money. This ally agreed to help James organize his escape from Europe and provide him with new shelter in South America. Elizabeth, having learned of James's plans, began preparations to capture him on his way to South America. She coordinated with international law enforcement agencies to intercept James and his allies. On the night of the escape, James and his new ally went to the port where a private ship was waiting for them. Elizabeth and her team were already on site, ready to take over. A tense operation began, during which James and his allies tried to break through to the ship. A fierce firefight ensued and several people on both sides were wounded. James again found himself on the verge of capture, but with the help of his ally he managed to board the ship and sail away. Elizabeth, seeing the ship go to sea, knew that she had missed another chance. But she also knew that James couldn't hide forever. She continued to coordinate her actions with international partners, deciding that the next operation would be the final one. Meanwhile, James began a new life in South America. He knew that his path was full of dangers, but he was ready for new challenges. His goal remained the same: to survive and maintain his empire, despite all the obstacles. New trials and dangers lay ahead for both of them. Will they be able to finally resolve their confrontation, or will their paths cross again and again? Time will tell who will emerge victorious in this intense and dangerous game. James Ellison settled down in South America, choosing one of the villas in the mountains of Colombia for his new hideout. He understood that even here, far from his usual places of activity, he should not relax. James began to build his new lair, strengthening it and establishing connections with local criminal groups. His goal was to create a new network that would allow him to regain lost ground and become inaccessible again. He began investing money in various projects, ranging from illegal mining to drug trafficking. All this gave him not only profit, but also the necessary resources for survival. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper was not going to give up. She continued to work with international law enforcement agencies and obtain information regarding James's whereabouts. Her team was actively tracking financial flows and contacts, hoping to find a clue that would lead them to him. One day, while analyzing data, Elizabeth discovered unusual financial transactions associated with one of the banks in Bogota. She immediately realized that it could be James's doing. She traveled to Colombia with a small group of agents to coordinate the investigation on the spot and prepare the capture. James, having learned about Elizabeth's approach, decided to prepare for the meeting. He knew she wouldn't stop until she caught him. Instead of running again, James decided to use his connections and resources to lure her into a trap and end the threat once and for all. He organized a meeting with the leader of one of the largest criminal groups in Colombia and offered them mutually beneficial cooperation. In return for their help in eliminating Elizabeth and her crew, James promised large financial rewards and support for their illegal operations. When Elizabeth arrived in Bogota, James had already prepared everything for their meeting. He engineered a leak that would lead her to one of his warehouses in the mountains. Elizabeth, suspecting that it might be a trap, decided to take the risk and go to the meeting with minimal escort. She arrived at the warehouse where James's people were already waiting for her. A fierce firefight ensued, during which several of Elizabeth's agents were wounded. But Elizabeth didn't give up. She used all her skills and experience to repel the attack and make her way to James himself. When she finally came face to face with James, he tried to convince her of the futility of their confrontation. He offered her money and power in exchange for her leaving him alone. But Elizabeth was adamant. She knew it was her duty to see this through and bring James to justice. A tense fight ensued, during which James tried to escape. Elizabeth and her men chased him through the mountains, giving him no chance to escape. Finally, after a long and exhausting chase, they surrounded him on one of the peaks. James knew his escape route was cut off. He raised his hands, admitting defeat. Elizabeth and her team arrested him and took him to Bogota, from where he was to be extradited to the United States. Elizabeth was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Her years-long hunt is over, and James Ellison is in the hands of justice. His empire was destroyed, and his name became a symbol of perseverance and cunning. But despite her success, Elizabeth knew that the world of crime never sleeps. New leaders may emerge to replace James, and she still has a lot of work to do to maintain order and security. James, sitting in a prison cell, realized that his journey was completed, but his story would live in the memory of many. Thus ended their confrontation, full of tense moments, dangerous operations, and risky decisions. The world of crime continued its game, but now there was no place in it for James Ellison. James Ellison ended up in prison in the United States awaiting trial. His name became synonymous with daring and criminal genius, and the story of his capture attracted the attention of not only the media, but also many people around the world. But James knew his fight was not over yet. He began to develop an escape plan using his remaining connections and resources. In prison, James found several influential prisoners with whom he began to make plans. They used contraband phones and encrypted messages to coordinate their activities outside. James knew that in order to escape successfully, he would need to act quickly and decisively. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper remained focused. She knew James might try to escape, so she insisted on increased security at the prison. Her team monitored all suspicious activity, trying to prevent any escape attempts. James's plan included several stages. First, his men outside would create a diversion by causing unrest in the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, inside the prison, he and his allies were supposed to blow up one of the walls using smuggled explosives. Day X arrived. Riots began in the city, and the police were forced to mobilize all their forces to control the situation. In prison, James and his team took action. They were able to undermine the wall and begin their breakthrough to freedom. Elizabeth, having learned about the escape, immediately moved to the prison with a special forces group. When she arrived at the scene, the fugitives were already on their way to their hiding place. A chase began, and the police chased them through the city streets, giving them no chance to escape. James and his men made their way through abandoned buildings and underground tunnels, trying to escape their pursuers. Elizabeth personally coordinated the operation, using all available resources to capture them. As a result, the fugitives were cornered in one of the old factories. An intense firefight ensued, during which several members of James's team were wounded and captured. But James managed to get away again, using one of his many tricks. Elizabeth was determined to catch him. She and her team followed James's heels using every means possible. As a result, they found him in a small town on the coast, where he was trying to take refuge in one of the old houses. Surrounded on all sides, James realized that his chances of escape were diminishing by the second. He tried to use his last trump card, the old tunnel leading to the shore. But Elizabeth foresaw this and blocked the exit. When James realized there was no turning back, he came out of hiding with his hands up. Elizabeth and her team arrested him, and this time there was no chance of escape. James was taken back to prison, but now under even stricter surveillance. Elizabeth knew that this time he would not leave. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that her years of work were complete. James, sitting in a prison cell, realized that his attempts to evade justice only led to more dire consequences. He realized that his time in freedom was finally over, but his spirit was not broken. He still hoped that one day he could find a way to escape, even if just for a moment. Elizabeth Harper continued her work, knowing that the world of crime never sleeps. Her determination and tenacity have made her a legend in law enforcement circles. She will always be ready for new challenges and new battles for justice. Thus ended their confrontation, full of dangerous moments and intense battles. The story of James and Elizabeth has become a legend that will be told for many years to come. In prison, despite enhanced security measures, James Ellison did not lose hope of freedom. He carefully studied the guard schedules, security systems, and weak points of the prison complex. All this time, he maintained contact with the outside world through his allies, who were ready to help him at any moment. One night, when security was minimal, James decided to take action. He used contraband tools to open the ventilation grill in his cell and enter the ventilation system. The ventilation shafts were narrow and dark, but James knew that this was his only chance. He crawled through a labyrinth of ventilation ducts, guided by a pre-drawn plan. A few hours later, James reached the technical room where the prison's important control systems were stored. Here he found a cache of fake passes and a security guard's uniform prepared in advance by his accomplices. Having changed into a security guard's uniform, James was able to pass through several checkpoints without hindrance. He used false documents and confidence in his actions to avoid arousing suspicion. His goal was clear: to reach the main exit and escape free. Meanwhile, an incident occurred at the other end of the prison. Several prisoners started a riot, diverting the attention of the guards. This was part of James's plan, who knew that such chaos would give him extra minutes to escape. When James reached the main exit, he encountered the final obstacle, an electronic gate, which was guarded by heavy security. But he was ready for this. Using a fake pass and a clever electronic key, James was able to bypass the security system and open the gate. A car with allies was already waiting for him on the street. They quickly put him in the car and disappeared into the night. James knew there was no time to celebrate. There was a long road ahead to a new life. After escaping, James and his allies went to an abandoned warehouse where they changed cars and got rid of all the evidence. They then headed to a private airfield where a plane was waiting for them. The flight was planned in advance, and the pilot was ready to take off at any moment. James understood that he needed to leave the country as quickly as possible. He chose a small island in the Pacific Ocean, where neither the police nor his enemies could find him. The plane took off, leaving American soil behind. On the island, James began a new life, remaining in the shadows and avoiding unnecessary attention. He knew his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper was legendary, but now she was dead, and he was free. However, his freedom was clouded by memories and the constant fear that one day he would be found. James Ellison began to build a new empire using his knowledge and experience. He understood that every day of his freedom was a gift, and he was ready to do anything to preserve it. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them because he is James Ellison, an escape artist and a genius of the criminal world. After escaping to an island in the Pacific Ocean, James Ellison felt free, but this feeling was short-lived. The infection he picked up in prison began to make itself felt. Every day his health deteriorated, and no medicine or medical care available on the island could stop its progress. James felt weak, constantly tired and feverish. He understood that his condition was deteriorating, and the time left to him was running out. Despite all this, James did not give up. He began to think about how to make his mark and secure his legacy before the disease finally broke him. He gathered his team and began to develop a new plan. The goal was to create a secret fund that would finance his criminal operations and ensure the future of his loved ones and confidants. James knew his days were numbered, but he wanted to leave something meaningful behind. To do this, he needed to carry out another major operation. He decided to organize a robbery of a large bank in Hong Kong, one of the most secure financial institutions in the world. James knew this would be his last and wanted it to be his greatest success. He began preparations, coordinating his team's actions and planning every step. His men would infiltrate the bank using forged documents and modern technology to breach the security system and gain access to the safes. The day of the operation arrived. James, despite his poor health, personally supervised the team's actions. They entered the bank, disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras, and began opening the safes. Everything was going according to plan, but James felt that his strength was leaving him. At the most crucial moment, when the team had to leave the bank with the loot, James lost consciousness. His men, realizing that their leader was in critical condition, quickly took him to a previously prepared shelter. The operation was completed successfully, but James was on the verge of life and death. Once in the shelter, James came to his senses, but knew that his time was running out. He assembled his team and gave them all the instructions for managing the secret fund. He wanted his legacy to live on even if he was gone. Every day, James felt his strength diminishing. He took medication and tried to fight the infection, but the disease was stronger. In the last days of his life, he wrote a letter in which he described all his thoughts and plans for the future. This letter was to be his last message to the world. One night, James Ellison died, leaving behind the legend of a great outlaw who always stayed one step ahead of his enemies. His team continued his work, running a secret fund and conducting operations around the world. Elizabeth Harper, despite her death, left an unforgettable mark on the history of crime fighting. Her tenacity and determination inspired new agents and investigators who continued her work, fighting criminals and upholding the law. The story of James Ellison and Elizabeth Harper has become a legend that will be told for years to come. Their confrontation showed that even the most dangerous criminals can be caught, and that justice will always find its way. The story of the fourth criminal. In a small town lost among the hills, a boy named Thomas Hale grew up. Thomas was born into a poor family where every day was a struggle for survival. His father worked at a local factory, and his mother tried to make ends meet by doing various part-time jobs. Thomas's childhood was marred by poverty and injustice. From a very early age, Thomas noticed how the rich people in their town lived luxurious lives without caring about the needs of others. Every time he saw children from rich families riding their expensive bicycles or playing with new toys, his heart was filled with anger and envy. Thomas understood that in this world, wealth and poverty determine the destinies of people, and he hated this injustice. At school, Thomas often got into trouble. He could not accept the fact that his classmates, children from rich families, mocked him for his old clothes and worn books. One day, when one of these children taunted him particularly cruelly, Thomas could not stand it and got into a fight. This incident became a turning point in his life. Thomas realized that he hated not only these children, but also the entire system that allowed them to live better lives at the expense of others. Thomas began skipping school and wandering the streets of the city, observing the lives of rich people. He saw how they spend money on expensive things and entertainment without thinking about those who need help. These observations only intensified his hatred and desire to change his fate. As a teenager, Thomas became more determined. He understood that the world was unfair, and if he wanted to change something, he would have to take everything into his own hands. Soon Thomas began to commit his first crimes. He entered the houses of rich people, stole money and valuables. Every time he carried away the spoils, he felt satisfaction. This was his way of taking revenge for all the grievances and injustices he had faced. Thus began Thomas Hale's journey to becoming the most dangerous criminal their city had ever known. Thomas quickly realized that being alone in his business would not allow him to achieve great success. He began looking for people who shared his hatred of the rich and were willing to join his criminal activities. Soon he managed to assemble a small but loyal team. Each of them had his own reason for hating the rich, and they were all willing to take risks for their goals. Thomas's team acted carefully and methodically. They studied their targets, learned their habits and schedule, and planned their heists to the smallest detail. First of all, they chose those who were the most arrogant and cruel towards the poor, considering this their form of justice. One of their first victims was a local businessman named Richard Harper. Harper was known for his brutal treatment of his workers and outright disregard for the poor. Thomas and his team carefully prepared to rob his home. They hacked the security system, got inside, and took away everything valuable they found. It wasn't just a robbery, it was a message. Rumors of daring robberies quickly spread throughout the city. The rich began to panic, hire guards, and increase security measures. However, Thomas and his team were one step ahead. They learned new security systems, improved their skills, and continued their raids, spreading fear among the wealthy citizens. Thomas felt his hatred turn into strength with each robbery. He was no longer that weak boy who was humiliated at school. Now he was someone who could change the course of things, albeit in such a radical way. He knew that his actions would not bring justice to the world, but they would make the rich feel at least some of the pain and fear that the poor felt. Over the years, Thomas and his team became more experienced and daring. They began planning large operations targeting the richest and most powerful people in the city and beyond. Their robberies became increasingly complex and carefully planned. Thomas grew into a leader who was respected and feared even in the underworld. However, as their successes grew, so did the risks. The police have stepped up their efforts to catch the gang, using top detectives and advanced technology. Thomas knew that one mistake could cost them their freedom and possibly their lives. But his hatred of the rich and his desire to continue the fight for justice were stronger than his fear. He and his team continued their dangerous game, realizing that every new day could be their last. But Thomas believed that their fight was worth all the risks. And although he knew that he was unlikely to be able to change the world, he was willing to go to the end to show the rich that they were not untouchable. With each new robbery, Thomas and his team became more and more famous in criminal circles. They were called shadows of justice, and many poor people admired their courage. Thomas realized that their success attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of other criminal groups who were either jealous of their success or wanted to eliminate their competitors. One day, Thomas was approached by a man named Victor, representing a large mafia organization. Victor offered Thomas cooperation, promising protection and support in exchange for a share of the loot. Thomas knew that collaborating with the mafia could bring additional resources and opportunities, but he also understood that it could leave his team vulnerable. Thomas decided to reject Victor's offer, not wanting to become a puppet in the hands of the mafia. This decision made him an enemy of powerful people, and he soon felt the brunt of this choice. Harassment and threats began, but Thomas and his team were ready to fight. They increased their precautions and began to act even more secretly. One of the most daring operations of Thomas and his team was directed against the head of a large financial concern, a man named Henry Cross. Cross was known for his dishonest business practices and connections to corrupt officials. The robbery of his mansion was not only a financial blow, but also a symbolic act against the entire system. On the night of the operation, Thomas and his team infiltrated Cross's luxurious mansion. They bypassed security, broke into the safe, and took out millions of dollars worth of jewelry and money. However, as they were about to leave, they were attacked by a group of armed men. It was an ambush set up by Victor and his mafia organization. A fierce firefight began. Thomas and his team fought desperately, knowing that their lives depended on it. During the battle, several team members were wounded, but they managed to break through the ring of enemies and escape. This incident became a turning point in their history. Thomas realized that they were now not only up against the rich, but also at war with powerful enemies from the criminal world. He knew that even more dangerous trials lay ahead, but he was not going to back down. His hatred of the rich and the desire to take revenge for all insults were stronger than fear. Soon after this operation, Thomas and his team began preparing for a new major case. This time, their target was a politician known for his corruption schemes and connections with the mafia. Thomas knew this would be their most difficult and dangerous plan yet, but he was willing to take the risk for his idea of justice. Every night when Thomas looked at the city from the roof of his hideout, he felt that their fight was not over yet. He knew that there were still many battles ahead, but he was sure of one thing. As long as he lived, the rich would fear the shadows of justice that could come for them at any moment. Thomas and his team knew that this time their opponent was much more dangerous. The politician they targeted was not only rich and corrupt, but also had powerful security and connections to the mafia. His name was Jonathan Rivers, and he controlled several large businesses and political entities. To rob his mansion meant not only to get a large loot, but also to deal a powerful blow to the entire system. The team began carefully planning the operation. They studied Rivers's route, his habits, and the security system of his mansion. Every step was calculated down to the smallest detail. Thomas understood that any miscalculation could cost them their lives. The night of the operation was dark and moonless, perfect for their plan. Thomas and his team quietly entered the mansion. They bypassed security using their skills and high-tech equipment. After hacking the security system, they entered. Rivers' mansion was filled with expensive paintings, antiques, and jewelry. Thomas and his team quickly began to collect the loot, but they realized that the main target was the safe in Rivers' office, where important documents and large sums of money were kept. When they reached the office, Thomas opened the safe and found inside not only money, but also incriminating documents that could destroy Rivers' political career. This was more than just a robbery. It was a weapon against the system. However, at that moment the alarm went off. The team realized that they had very little time left. They quickly began to gather everything they could and prepare to leave. But the guards were already on the way. A tense chase began through the corridors of the mansion. Thomas and his team fought desperately, using their skills and strategy to fend off the guards. In the shootout, several guards were wounded, but the team was able to break through and go outside. Several fast cars were waiting for them, in which they planned to escape. As they were leaving, Thomas realized that they had become too visible and that their enemies would pursue them with even greater fury. They split up to confuse their pursuers and agreed to meet at a pre-agreed location. The night was long and tense, but the team managed to escape. Thomas knew that now their enemy would act even more decisively. He realized that the documents from Rivers' safe were their chance to strike a powerful blow to the entire system, but also a huge threat to their lives. The next day, Thomas and his team met at their hideout. They discussed the action plan and possible consequences. Thomas proposed using the documents to blackmail Rivers and his allies into backing down and ending their pursuit. This strategy would give them time and opportunity to continue their actions, but it was also very risky. They understood that they were playing with fire, and any wrong move could lead to disaster. However, Thomas was determined to continue his fight. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was sure of one thing: their mission was just beginning. The shadows of justice will continue to terrify the rich and corrupt as long as hatred and a thirst for justice burn in their hearts. Thomas and his team began to implement their plan to use the documents to blackmail Rivers. They contacted him through an anonymous message, demanding a significant amount of money and the abandonment of all attempts to find them in exchange for silence. Rivers was furious, but realized that the documents could destroy not only his career, but also the lives of many of his allies. In response to the blackmail, Rivers arranged a meeting with Thomas in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Thomas knew it was a trap, but saw it as a chance not only to get money, but also to eliminate one of his most dangerous enemies. He and his team carefully prepared for the meeting, securing escape routes and setting traps in case of an ambush. At the warehouse, Rivers arrived with armed guards. Thomas walked out to the meeting holding a briefcase with documents in his hands. They exchanged short phrases, and Rivers ordered his man to hand over the case with the money. However, as soon as the deal was completed, the sound of gunfire filled the warehouse. Rivers' security tried to capture Thomas and his team. A fierce firefight began. Thomas and his team found themselves in the middle of a firefight. They fought desperately, using all their skills and traps to fight off their enemies. During the battle, Thomas noticed that one of his men, Jack, was wounded. He knew that he could not leave his comrade in trouble. Thomas, showing incredible courage, broke through to Jack and helped him get out of the fire zone. The team began to retreat, covering each other. They managed to escape from the warehouse but suffered losses. Thomas understood that with each such collision, their situation became more and more dangerous. Returning to their shelter, the team assessed their wounds and losses. Thomas knew that now their persecution would become even more fierce. He decided to hide temporarily and develop a new plan of action. They divided the money they received from Rivers and began to consider their next steps. Several weeks have passed. Thomas and his team used this time to recuperate and develop new strategies. They decided that their next target would be a large financial corporation known for its cruel policies towards the poor and manipulation of the stock market. Thomas knew this would be one of the most difficult cases, but also the most significant. He wanted to strike at the very core of the system, showing that even the most powerful are not immune to the justice of the shadows. They began to collect information, develop plans, and prepare for a new operation. Meanwhile, rumors about the shadows of justice were circulating in the city. People from poor areas saw them as their heroes, those who fight for justice, albeit through illegal methods. The rich lived in fear, knowing that at any moment they could become the next target. Thomas knew that their mission was becoming increasingly dangerous, but he was ready to go to the end. He understood that their struggle against wealth and injustice was not yet over. The shadows of justice will continue their work as long as the fire of hatred and the desire for justice burns in their hearts. Thomas and his team began preparing the most daring operation in their history. Their target was the Phoenix Investments Financial Corporation, known for its fraud and ruthless exploitation of the poor. Thomas understood that this blow would not only be financial, but also symbolic, undermining confidence in the system. To begin with, they conducted thorough research. Jenny, one of the team members, hacked into the corporation's internal network and gained access to important documents and security diagrams of the building. Their goal was to enter the main office, find incriminating documents, and take out a large amount of money located in the corporate safe. The plan was complex, requiring coordination and precise execution. Thomas decided that the operation would take place at night, when security would be minimal. They developed several stages: disabling the alarm, breaking into the safe, collecting incriminating documents, and escaping safely. On the appointed night, the team was ready. They arrived at the Phoenix Investments office in a van equipped as a mobile headquarters. Thomas and Jenny began hacking into security systems while the rest of the team took up positions. When the alarm was turned off, they entered the building, avoiding security cameras. It was quiet inside the office, with only the occasional guard patrolling the corridors. Thomas and his team moved quickly and silently. They entered the executive director's office, where the main safe was located. Thomas began breaking in, and the others watched for the possible appearance of guards. When the safe was opened, the team found not only money inside, but also numerous documents confirming the corporation's illegal transactions. They gathered everything they could and began to retreat. However, when leaving the building, they were overtaken by security. A short but fierce firefight began. Thomas and his team used smoke bombs to escape their pursuers. They managed to leave the building and get to the van. They quickly left the crime scene, realizing that this time their pursuit would be more intense. In a safe shelter, the team began to analyze the obtained documents. They realized that they had in their hands evidence of large-scale fraud that could bring down the corporation and cause a scandal at the national level. Thomas decided to hand over these documents to independent journalists so that the truth would come out. The publication of the documents caused a huge resonance. The media exposed Phoenix Investments' corruption schemes, and public opinion turned sharply against the corporation. Authorities launched an investigation, and many high-ranking officials were arrested. Thomas and his team watched from their hiding place, feeling satisfied with the work they had done. But fame and success brought with them new dangers. The police intensified their search for the shadows of justice, and mafia groups associated with the corporation began hunting for Thomas and his team. They knew that now their lives would become even more dangerous. Thomas decided it was time for new precautions. They changed their cover and began to act even more secretly. He knew that their fight was not over yet. The shadows of justice will continue their mission, despite all threats and dangers. Their goal is to show the rich and corrupt that they are not untouchable, and that justice, although harsh, can come to them at any time. Thomas and his team knew that after successfully exposing Phoenix Investments, their actions became more visible. They decided to temporarily pause the robberies and focus on strengthening security and planning next steps. In their new hideout, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, they set up a base with high-tech surveillance and communication systems. Several months passed, and the persecution eased a little, but Thomas knew that their enemies were not asleep. He decided that the next step had to be carefully thought out and directed against an even larger target. They chose one of the country's largest banks, Imperial Bank, known for its connections with corrupt politicians and financing of illegal transactions. Preparations for this robbery took several months. The team studied bank schemes, collection routes, security work schedules. They created false documents and access cards that would allow them to enter the building. Thomas understood that the success of this operation depended on the accuracy and coordination of all team members. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. Thomas, Jenny, Jack, and the rest of the team arrived at the bank early in the morning. They entered the building under the guise of technical workers performing routine maintenance. Their goal was simple: to enter the vault and take out as much money and securities as possible without attracting too much attention. Everything went according to plan. Thomas and Jack reached the vault, opened it, and began filling bags with money. Jenny and the other team members monitored the guards' movements and prepared for a quick escape. However, when they had already finished loading, an alarm was received. One of the bank employees suspected something was wrong and called the police. Thomas realized that there was very little time left. He gave the signal to retreat, and the team began to quickly leave the building. They were met by police at the exit, but thanks to pre-prepared smoke bombs and backup routes, they managed to escape from the encirclement and escape in prepared vehicles. In the shelter, the team assessed the catch. It was one of their largest catches. They understood that they had now become the #1 target for the police and mafia structures. Thomas knew they would need to lay low for a while and carefully plan their next moves. The next day, news of the daring robbery of the Imperial Bank spread across all television channels. Thomas and his team closely monitored the reaction of society and authorities. They saw that their actions caused not only fear, but also support among the poor who considered them fighters for justice. Thomas decided to use this moment for another blow to the system. He contacted independent journalists and gave them part of the stolen documents that revealed the illegal schemes and corrupt connections of Imperial Bank. The publication of these data caused a new scandal, and public opinion turned even more against the financial elites. However, Thomas knew that each such action brought the moment closer to when they could be caught. He and his team continued to strengthen their position, preparing for new challenges. Another major goal lay ahead of them: an international consortium managing shadow finance. Thomas knew this would be their most dangerous and ambitious operation yet, but he was willing to go all the way for his mission. The shadows of justice continued their struggle, despite all the dangers and persecution. Thomas believed that their actions, although radical, could change the world and show the rich and corrupt that justice could come to them at any time. Thomas and his team began preparing for the most difficult and dangerous operation of their careers. Their target was the international consortium Global Finance, known for its shady schemes and financing of criminal groups around the world. This blow could shake the global financial system and cause a domino effect, wiping out many illicit transactions. Realizing that conventional methods would not work here, the team decided to involve hackers in the case. They hired several highly qualified specialists who helped them hack the consortium's security system and gain access to internal databases. This data contained information about hidden accounts, illegal transactions, and connections with corrupt politicians. The preparation took several months. Thomas and his team developed a complex plan that included hacking systems, infiltrating the consortium's headquarters, and simultaneously launching a series of attacks on branches in different countries. This was meant to create chaos and prevent the authorities from reacting quickly. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. Thomas and his team were ready for the final blow. They divided into several groups, each of which had its own tasks. Thomas personally led the attack on the headquarters in New York. Hackers took it upon themselves to coordinate actions and disable security systems. The operation began at night. Thomas's group entered the building through underground communications, avoiding encounters with security. They quickly reached the server room, where the hackers began copying and destroying data. At this time, another group, located in London, attacked the consortium branch, creating a diversion. Everything was going according to plan until a message was received from hackers. Signs of intervention by unknown persons were found in the system. This meant that the consortium was ready for an attack and could activate defense mechanisms. Thomas realized that they had little time left. He gave the signal to speed up action. The team began collecting valuable documents and money, while the hackers tried to complete the copying of the data. At that moment, security burst into the building. A fierce firefight began. Thomas and his men fought desperately, covering each other and trying to complete the mission. When they finally reached the exit, Thomas noticed that one of the team members, Michael, was seriously injured. Without leaving his comrade, he helped him get out, despite the intensifying shelling. They managed to escape in prepared vehicles and quickly leave the operation site. The operation in London was also successful. The team dealt a significant blow to the branch, creating chaos and destroying important documents. Soon, information about a large-scale attack on global finance spread throughout the world. The scandal reached an international level and authorities began an investigation. Thomas and his team returned to their hideout, realizing that this time their actions had caused a huge stir. They knew that the persecution would become even more intense, but they also understood that their struggle had brought tangible results. Many illegal transactions were exposed, and corrupt politicians and businessmen were in danger of being exposed. Thomas realized that their mission was not over yet. He and his team continued to plan new operations, realizing that each of them could be their last. But they were willing to go all the way, believing that their actions could change the world and show the rich and corrupt that justice could come to them at any moment. The shadows of justice continued their work, despite all the dangers and persecution. Their fight against the system was dangerous, but they believed that their sacrifices were not in vain. And while the fire of hatred for injustice burned in their hearts, they were ready to continue their mission. After a successful operation against global finance, Thomas and his team became true legends in the shadow world. However, fame brought with it new dangers. The authorities intensified their efforts to capture the shadows of justice, and mafia groups whose interests were affected began hunting Thomas and his team. Realizing that their pursuit was becoming increasingly dangerous, Thomas decided to temporarily lie low and focus on strengthening his team and planning his next steps. They moved to a new hideout, an abandoned mansion in a wooded area, where they installed advanced security and surveillance systems. Despite the temporary lull, Thomas had no intention of stopping. He knew that their fight must continue, and he began to develop a plan for a new operation that could deal an even greater blow to the system. Their next target was influential politician Mark Wilson, who was known for his brutal policies against the poor and close ties to criminal gangs. Thomas knew that this blow would not only be financial, but also symbolic. Wilson was the embodiment of corruption and injustice, and his fall would send a powerful message to all who supported such a system. The team began collecting information about Wilson's habits and routes, his connections, and the places where he spent time. They learned that every Friday he held closed meetings with representatives of mafia structures in one of the expensive clubs in the city center. This was the perfect place to attack. Thomas and his team developed a plan for the operation. They planned to infiltrate the club using fake IDs and capture Wilson during his meeting with the mob. The plan was risky, but Thomas knew that time was against them and they could not afford to delay. The day of the operation arrived. Thomas, Jenny, Jack, and other members of the team dressed in expensive suits and arrived at the club, mingling with the guests. Inside the club, they took up positions to watch Wilson and his security. When the meeting began, Thomas gave the signal for action. The operation began quickly. Thomas's team burst into the hall where the meeting was taking place and neutralized the security. They captured Wilson and his entourage, forcing them to confess to their crimes under threat of exposure. At this time, Jenny began broadcasting confession videos online so that the whole world could see the truth. When the police arrived on the scene, Thomas and his team had already left the club, leaving chaos and an exposed politician in their wake. Wilson was arrested, and his confession caused a huge public outcry. People began to demand justice, and the authorities came under pressure. Thomas and his team returned to their hideout, knowing that their actions had caused a new round of persecution. But they also understood that their mission was becoming increasingly important. They decided that they would now act even more secretly and selectively, striking at the most corrupt and influential people. Despite all the dangers, Thomas and his team were determined to continue their fight. They knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but they believed that their actions could change the world. The shadows of justice continued their work, stopping at nothing. Following the arrest of Mark Wilson and his shocking confession, shadows of justice became a symbol of resistance against corruption and injustice. However, their successes attracted the attention of their most powerful enemies. Thomas understood that with each new blow, their position was becoming more and more dangerous. They decided to change tactics and act even more secretly in order to avoid complete destruction. Their next target was the Novotech Corporation, known for its illegal experiments and exploitation of natural resources. Thomas and his team discovered that Novotech was closely linked to several influential politicians who protected it from justice. Thomas understood that exposing this corporation would not only cause a financial blow, but also open the public's eyes to the scale of corruption. Preparation for the operation took several weeks. They collected all available information about Novotech, its leadership, and hidden laboratories. The team's hackers hacked into the corporation's internal servers, gaining access to secret documents and correspondence. Thomas decided that the best way to strike would be to simultaneously expose and sabotage key Novotech facilities. The operation began at night. Thomas, Jenny, Jack, and the rest of the team entered the territory of one of the Novotech laboratories, located in a remote wooded area. They disabled the security system and began collecting evidence of the corporation's criminal activities. At this time, the team's hackers began transmitting the obtained data to independent media. As the team prepared to leave the laboratory, they heard footsteps approaching. Security, reinforced after previous attacks, was approaching their position. An intense firefight began. Thomas and his team used smoke bombs and pre-prepared escape routes to evade their pursuers. Despite all the difficulties, the operation was successful. The documents released by hackers caused a real scandal. The public learned about illegal experiments and corrupt connections of Novotech. Authorities launched an investigation, and many of the corporation's executives were arrested. However, along with success came new problems. Thomas's enemies became even more determined in their intentions to destroy him and his team. They were hunted not only by mafia structures, but also by mercenaries hired by corporations whose interests were affected. Thomas decided it was time to look for new allies. He contacted other activist and justice groups to join forces. They began to exchange information and coordinate their actions in order to deliver even more powerful attacks on the system. One of these allies was a group of environmental activists who fought against illegal deforestation and environmental pollution. Together, Thomas and his team planned a new operation against a large logging company that was breaking laws and destroying natural resources. This operation was no less difficult than the previous ones. Thomas understood that this time they had to act even more carefully and coordinated. They prepared all the necessary equipment and developed a plan that included simultaneous attacks on several company facilities. On the day of the operation, Thomas and his team split into groups and took action. They entered the territory of a logging company, disabled equipment, and began collecting evidence of illegal activities. At this time, the team's hackers hacked the company's servers and began transmitting data to the media. When the guards discovered their presence, another shootout began. Thomas and his team fought desperately, covering each other and trying to avoid serious injury. They managed to successfully complete the operation and escape, leaving behind destroyed infrastructure and exposed crimes. This blow again caused a huge public outcry. People began to understand that the Shadows of Justice were not just a group of criminals, but fighters for truth and justice, ready to risk their lives for a common goal. But Thomas knew that there were still many challenges ahead. He and his team continued to fight despite all the dangers and threats. Their mission became more and more important, and they were ready to go to the end to show the world that justice can overtake even the most powerful and corrupt. After a successful operation against a logging company, Thomas and his team felt their efforts were making a real difference. Public opinion began to lean in their direction, and even some government officials began to think about the need for reforms. However, they also understood that each new success made their goals more and more dangerous. Thomas's next target was one of the country's most powerful oligarchs, Viktor Koval, who controlled vast assets in the energy sector and was closely linked to corrupt politicians. Koval was known for his ruthlessness and use of any means to achieve his goals. Thomas knew that exposing Koval would not only be a difficult task, but also deadly. The team began collecting information about Koval and his activities. They found out that Koval holds regular meetings with high-ranking officials at his private mansion located in the suburbs. These meetings were perfectly guarded, but Thomas decided it was worth the risk. Preparation for the operation took several months. They developed a plan that involved infiltrating the mansion, collecting incriminating evidence, and releasing the data in real time. The team's hackers began hacking into the mansion's security systems, while the rest of the team trained in high-stress tasks. The night of the operation arrived. Thomas, Jenny, Jack, and the other team members approached the mansion, hiding in the shadows. Hackers began disabling alarms and surveillance cameras. Thomas and Jenny, dressed in service uniforms, sneaked inside under the guise of waiters. Their goal was in Koval's office on the second floor. When they reached the office, the most difficult part of the operation began. Thomas and Jenny opened the safe and began copying documents and data from Koval's computer. At this time, the rest of the team monitored the security and maintained contact with the hackers. Everything went according to plan until the backup security system went off and the alarm went off in the mansion. Security rushed to the office and a tense shootout began. Thomas and Jenny fought desperately, covering each other and trying to complete the data copying. They managed to take the most important documents with them and escape through the window, descending along pre-prepared ropes. Meanwhile, the other part of the team created a diversion to confuse the guards and allow Thomas and Jenny to escape. They detonated several charges in different parts of the mansion, causing chaos and panic. The team quickly left the operation site and headed to their shelter. The next day, revealing documents concerning Koval and his connections with corrupt officials appeared in the media. The public was shocked by the scale of corruption and cruelty with which Koval acted. Authorities launched an investigation, and many high-ranking officials were under threat of arrest. But with this success came new dangers. Victor Koval was furious and ready to do anything to destroy the shadows of justice. He hired the best mercenaries and security specialists to track down and destroy Thomas and his team. Now they were hunted not only by mafia structures and the police, but also by private armies financed by Koval. Thomas knew their time was limited. He gathered the team and explained to them that they needed to prepare for even more serious tests. They began to strengthen their shelter and develop new plans of action. Thomas understood that each next step would be more and more dangerous, but he was not going to stop. He decided that the next strike should be aimed at the very heart of the corrupt system, the large banks that laundered money for criminal groups and corrupt politicians. It was a difficult goal, but Thomas believed that they could deal a serious blow to the system if they acted with intelligence and determination. The team began collecting information about the largest banks and their illegal operations. They planned to attack several banks simultaneously to cause maximum effect. Thomas knew this would be their most ambitious operation yet, but he was willing to take any risks to achieve his goal. The shadows of justice continued their struggle, despite all the dangers and persecution. Their mission became more and more important, and they were ready to go to the end to show the world that justice can overtake even the most powerful and corrupt. Thomas's plan to hit the largest banks simultaneously was ambitious and required perfect coordination. The team was divided into groups, each of which was responsible for its part of the operation. They carefully studied bank security schemes, developed fake identities, and prepared hacking equipment. The targets were the three largest banks: National Union, Financial Hub, and Global Trade Bank. These institutions played a key role in laundering money for criminal gangs and corrupt politicians. Thomas knew that exposing these banks would be a powerful blow to the system. The operation began on Monday night, when activity in banks was minimal. Each group entered their building using previously obtained false IDs and access cards. Thomas personally took charge of the National Union operation. Inside the building, the groups acted quickly and smoothly. Hackers began hacking security systems and copying data from servers. Thomas and his team entered the vault, where not only money was kept, but also incriminating documents. They began collecting all possible evidence of the bank's criminal activities. At this time, another group working at the Financial Hub encountered an unexpected obstacle: an updated security system that could not be hacked in advance. They were forced to improvise and use Plan B, which involved manually shutting down the system. It ended up taking longer than planned, but they were able to get to the data they needed. The third group at Global Trade Bank also faced difficulties. One of the guards noticed them and raised the alarm. An intense firefight ensued, during which several team members were wounded. Despite this, they managed to complete the copying of the data and escaped before reinforcements arrived. Once all groups had successfully completed their tasks, the networking phase began. Hackers began transmitting data to journalists and independent research organizations. Documents revealing the extent of corruption and illegal transactions soon appeared in the news, causing shock and outrage among the public. But with this success came new threats. Victor Koval, enraged by the latest actions of the shadows of justice, ordered his mercenaries to find and destroy Thomas and his team. The mercenaries began the raid. using all available resources and connections. Thomas and his team knew that they urgently needed to change their cover and go underground. They quickly collected everything they needed and headed to a new, pre-prepared place. It was an abandoned industrial building outside the city, equipped with everything necessary to continue their activities. In their new hideout, the team began to consider their next steps. Thomas understood that each new blow made them more and more vulnerable, but also brought more and more support from ordinary people. He decided that the next stage of their struggle should be even larger and aimed at destroying the entire system of corruption. They began planning a series of actions aimed at key figures in the government and large corporations. These actions were supposed to not only expose corruption, but also show people that they can fight for their freedom and justice. Soon the team began implementing a new plan. They acted quickly and decisively, striking at the most corrupt and powerful people. Thomas knew that even greater challenges lay ahead, but he was ready to go to the end for the sake of his mission. Thomas and his team understood that each of their next operations became more and more risky. They decided to increase their precautions and developed a system of backup plans in case the main strategy failed. In their new hideout, they began planning the next stage of their struggle, a series of actions aimed at exposing and undermining large corporations and politicians associated with corruption. The first target was the Global Corporation, which was responsible for numerous environmental crimes and worked closely with corrupt politicians. Thomas knew that exposing Global would not only cause a financial blow, but also draw attention to environmental issues. The team began to collect information about the corporation, its schemes and connections. They found out that Global regularly holds closed meetings with government officials in one of its offices in the city center. It was an ideal place to attack and collect incriminating data. The operation plan was complex and multi-stage. Thomas decided to use several tactics simultaneously: hacking computer systems, breaking into the office, and collecting evidence. Each group had its own task and was ready to act independently if something went wrong. The operation began early in the morning, when the Global office was not yet completely filled with employees. Thomas and Jenny, dressed in staff costumes, got inside and headed to the server room. At this time, hackers began breaking into the security system and copying data from the corporation's servers. When Thomas and Jenny reached the server room, they quickly began collecting evidence. They managed to gain access to management emails in which bribes and illegal schemes were discussed. At this time, another part of the team installed hidden cameras in the conference room where closed meetings were held. However, unexpectedly for them, alarm was raised in the office. Security noticed suspicious activity and began checking. Thomas and Jenny realized that they had little time left. They completed copying the data and began to retreat. At this moment, a fierce firefight began. Security was on standby, and Thomas and Jenny had to use all their skills to get out of the building. Meanwhile, another group working outside created a diversion by blowing up several cars in the parking lot. This allowed Thomas and Jenny to escape the chaos and reach safety. The team quickly left the area, heading to their hideout. Soon after the operation, compromising information about Global appeared in the media. The documents released by hackers caused a huge public outcry. People were shocked by the scale of environmental crimes and corruption. Mass protests and investigations began, and many corporate executives were arrested. However, the success of the operation brought even more attention to the shadows of justice. Koval's mercenaries and the police redoubled their efforts to capture Thomas and his team. They knew that every new day could be their last, but they were not going to stop. Thomas decided that the next blow should be even more powerful and directed against the most influential politicians. He began to develop a plan to attack one of the most corrupt senators, who was associated with numerous criminal schemes. In preparation for the operation, Thomas learned that the senator held regular meetings with crime bosses at his private villa. This was the perfect place to attack. The team carefully studied the villa's layout, developed false IDs, and prepared the necessary equipment. The day of the operation arrived. Thomas and his team entered the villa under the guise of service personnel. They quickly took up positions and began collecting evidence. At this time, hackers broke into the security system and began transmitting data in real time. When the senator's meeting with the crime bosses began, Thomas gave the signal for action. The team burst into the hall, neutralizing the guards and capturing the senator. They forced him to confess to his crimes under threat of exposure. The entire process was recorded and immediately sent to journalists. The police arrived at the scene too late. Thomas and his team managed to escape, leaving behind destroyed infrastructure and an exposed senator. This operation was another powerful blow to the system and showed that the shadows of justice are ready to go to the end for the sake of their mission. But with every new success came new dangers. Thomas knew that their persecution would become even more fierce, but he was prepared for it. He and his team continued to fight, despite all the threats and persecution. Their mission became more and more important, and they were ready to go to the end to show the world that justice can overtake even the most powerful and corrupt. After exposing the senator and his criminal connections, Thomas and his team find themselves at the center of a real storm. Public opinion turned sharply against the corrupt authorities, and protests gained momentum. However, each new success made the shadows of justice more and more visible and vulnerable. The team knew that now they were being hunted not only by the authorities, but also by criminal structures whose interests they had affected. Thomas decided it was time to change tactics and look for new ways to continue the fight. He suggested using the protest movement to his advantage to divert attention from the team and at the same time increase pressure on the corrupt system. To begin with, they began to collaborate with activists who organized protests and demonstrations. Thomas and his team began to supply them with information that could spark mass protests. At the same time, they began planning their next operation, which was to be their most daring and ambitious yet. The goal was an international summit at which it was planned to discuss issues of global security and economics. The summit was expected to be attended by many world leaders, including those involved in corruption schemes. Thomas decided that this was the ideal place for a loud statement and exposure. The team began preparing for the operation. They collected information about the location of the summit, the routes of movement of participants, and the security system. Hackers broke into internal networks to gain access to confidential information. Thomas knew that this operation required perfect coordination and a high degree of risk. On the day of the summit, the team was ready. Thomas and Jenny entered the territory under the guise of maintenance workers. The rest of the team took up positions outside, preparing for a diversion. Hackers began breaking into security systems to give the team access to confidential information. As the main part of the summit began, Thomas and Jenny entered the control center, where important documents and records were stored. They began copying data while the hackers distracted security with virtual attacks. Meanwhile, the rest of the team set off an explosion in the parking lot to create panic and create a distraction. Soon after the operation began, an alarm was raised in the building. Security began to look for the intruders, but Thomas and Jenny had already completed copying the data and began to retreat. An intense firefight began, but thanks to the support of hackers and a diversionary maneuver, the team managed to escape from the building and escape. Returning to the shelter, the team quickly began to analyze the obtained data. They found a lot of incriminating evidence regarding corruption and illegal transactions between world leaders and large corporations. Thomas decided that this data should be made public as soon as possible. The documents were handed over to independent journalists, and a worldwide scandal soon broke out. The public learned about corruption and fraud that was taking place at the highest level. Protests and mass demonstrations have spread across many countries, demanding justice and transparency. However, along with success came new threats. Authorities and criminal organizations have teamed up to find and destroy the shadows of justice. Thomas knew that now their lives had become even more dangerous, but he was ready to go to the end for the sake of his mission. He decided that the time had come for the final and decisive blow. The team began preparing an operation that was supposed to expose a global network of corruption and criminal connections spanning many countries. It was their most ambitious and risky operation yet, but Thomas believed they could achieve their goal. Realizing that each day could be their last, Thomas and his team continued to fight. They knew that their actions made a huge difference to the world and that their sacrifices were not in vain. The shadows of justice continued their mission, despite all the dangers and persecution. Their fight for truth and justice has become a symbol of resistance and hope for millions of people around the world. Preparing for the final and decisive blow required maximum concentration and coordination from the team. Thomas and his team knew that their goal of exposing a global network of corruption and criminal connections required perfect preparation and careful attention to every detail. They knew that even the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. The team began collecting information about key figures involved in international criminal schemes. They found out that a meeting was planned in the near future in one of the most protected and isolated places, on a private island in the Caribbean. This meeting was supposed to be a place where world leaders and crime lords discussed their plans and shared resources. Thomas decided that this was the perfect place to strike. They began to develop a plan that included infiltrating the island, collecting incriminating data, and immediately releasing it to the public. The plan was ambitious and complex, but the team was determined to see it through to completion. The operation began with a carefully thought-out diversionary maneuver. Thomas and his team hired a small group of mercenaries to create the appearance of an attack on one of the cities closest to the island. This was supposed to distract the attention of the guards and allow the team to enter the island. When the diversion worked, the team approached the island in speedboats. They used submersibles to sneak into the area and bypass security systems. Inside the island, they divided into groups, each of which had its own tasks. Thomas and Jenny headed towards the main building where the meeting was taking place. They used listening devices and hidden cameras to record all conversations and negotiations. At this time, other team members entered the server room to copy all electronic data. Once the data was collected, the team began to retreat. However, the guards soon discovered their presence, and a fierce firefight began. Thomas and his men fought desperately, knowing there was no turning back. They managed to extract all the collected data and transfer it to the hackers, who began immediately making it public. When the guards began to close in on the team, they used pre-prepared explosive devices to create chaos and create a distraction. Thomas and Jenny managed to escape using submersibles, but several crew members were seriously injured. Returning to their shelter, the team began to analyze the data received. This was evidence of large-scale corruption and criminal connections at the highest level. Hackers began distributing this data online, and soon a global scandal erupted. Mass protests began in different countries. People demanded justice and punishment for the perpetrators. The authorities were forced to respond to public pressure, and many high-ranking officials and businessmen found themselves under investigation. But for Thomas and his team, the situation became increasingly dangerous. Now they were hunted not only by criminal structures and corrupt authorities, but also by international intelligence agencies. They knew that every new day could be their last. Thomas decided it was time to look for new ways to fight. He contacted activists and justice fighters around the world, offering to join forces. They began to create a global resistance network that could continue their cause even if they were captured or killed. The team began to act even more secretly and selectively. They continued to strike at corrupt structures, make data public, and support protest movements. Thomas knew that their mission was not over yet and that there was a lot of work ahead. The shadows of justice continued their struggle, despite all the dangers and persecution. Their actions have become a symbol of resistance and hope for millions of people around the world. Thomas and his team believed that their efforts were not in vain and that they could change the world for the better. And while the fire of justice burned in their hearts, they were ready to go to the end. After exposing massive corruption and creating a global network of resistance, Thomas and his team find themselves at the center of an even more intense manhunt. Authorities and criminal organizations have teamed up to find and destroy the shadows of justice. Thomas understood that now their actions had to be even more secretive and precise. The team moved to a new, even more isolated shelter, an abandoned complex in the mountains, equipped with everything necessary for their activities. Here they began to prepare for the next stage of their struggle. Thomas decided that their next step should be to expose an international human trafficking ring linked to high-ranking officials and major businessmen. The team began collecting information about the key figures involved in this network. They discovered that one of the largest cities in Europe was hosting an annual meeting where plans and resource allocation were discussed. It was the perfect place to strike. Preparation for the operation took several months. Thomas and his team developed a plan that included infiltrating the meeting under the guise of staff, collecting evidence, and immediately releasing it to the public. Hackers breached the building's security systems to provide the team with access and protection. The operation began the night before the meeting. Thomas and Jenny, dressed in staff uniforms, entered the building. The rest of the team took up positions outside, preparing for possible contingencies. Hackers began breaking into security systems and copying data from servers. Once the meeting began, Thomas and Jenny began recording conversations and collecting evidence. They installed hidden cameras and microphones to record everything that happened. At this time, another part of the team began disseminating the collected data into the network. Suddenly, security noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. An intense firefight began. Thomas and Jenny used smoke bombs and pre-prepared escape routes to evade security. They managed to get out of the building and hide in the labyrinth of city streets. Meanwhile, evidence of an international human trafficking network began to circulate in the media. The public was shocked by the scale of the crimes and the involvement of high-ranking officials. Mass protests began, and many of those involved in the network were put under investigation. But the success of the operation also brought new threats. Now Thomas and his team were hunted by international intelligence agencies and private armies hired by criminal organizations. Thomas knew that their persecution was becoming increasingly fierce, but he was prepared for it. The team decided it was time to look for new ways to fight. They began to collaborate with international human rights organizations and began to develop their global network of resistance. Thomas and his team continued to target corrupt institutions, expose data, and support protest movements. One day they were approached by a group of former intelligence agents who were disillusioned with the system and were ready to help the shadows of justice. These agents had unique skills and information that could greatly enhance Thomas's team. He decided to accept their offer and use their experience for new operations. The team began planning a series of attacks on hidden bases and hideouts of criminal structures. They developed complex operations that included infiltration, intelligence gathering, and destruction of enemy assets. These actions were supposed to deal a serious blow to the infrastructure of the criminal world. The first operation was successful. Thomas and his team infiltrated the base of a major drug cartel, destroyed drug stockpiles, and collected evidence, which was immediately turned over to the authorities. The second operation was directed against a group of arms dealers, and it also ended in success. With each new blow, the team became more experienced and confident in their abilities. Thomas knew that even greater challenges lay ahead, but he was ready to go to the end for the sake of his mission. He understood that their struggle for truth and justice was just beginning, and that they must continue to fight, despite all the dangers. Shadows of Justice continued its mission, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for millions of people around the world. Their actions showed that even the most powerful and corrupt cannot escape justice. Thomas and his team believed that their efforts were not in vain and that they could change the world for the better. After a series of successful operations against drug cartels and arms dealers, the Shadow of Justice team continued to expand its activities and strengthen the global resistance network. Thomas understood that their mission must continue, despite the growing pressure from the authorities and criminal organizations. The team decided that the next step would be to expose the world's largest money laundering network, which was closely linked to powerful politicians and large corporations. This network used offshore accounts and shell companies to hide their income and avoid taxes. Thomas knew that exposing this network would deal a serious blow to the system and draw public attention to the problem of global corruption. To begin, the team collected information about the key figures involved in this network. They found out that one of the large banks in Switzerland stores key data and documents that could expose the entire scheme. Thomas and his team began planning an operation to infiltrate this bank and collect evidence. The operation began with careful preparation. Thomas and Jenny developed a plan that involved hacking the bank's security system, breaking in and collecting data. The rest of the team provided support and cover from the outside. Hackers broke into the bank's internal networks to gain access to the necessary data. The day of the operation arrived. Thomas and Jenny, dressed as bank employees, sneaked inside and headed to the server room. The rest of the team took up positions outside, preparing for possible contingencies. Hackers began breaking into security systems and copying data from servers. When Thomas and Jenny reached the server room, they quickly began collecting evidence. They managed to gain access to the bank's management's email correspondence and key documents confirming the illegal schemes. At this time, security noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. An intense firefight began. Thomas and Jenny used smoke bombs and pre-prepared escape routes to evade security. They managed to get out of the building and hide in the labyrinth of city streets. Meanwhile, the hackers continued to copy data and transmit it in real time. Soon after the operation, incriminating information about the largest money laundering network began to spread in the media. The public was shocked by the scale of corruption and the involvement of high-ranking officials. Massive protests began, and many of those involved in the network were put under investigation. However, the success of the operation also brought new threats. Now Thomas and his team were hunted by international intelligence agencies and private armies hired by criminal organizations. Thomas knew that their persecution was becoming increasingly fierce, but he was prepared for it. The team decided it was time to look for new ways to fight. They began to collaborate with international human rights organizations and began to develop their global network of resistance. Thomas and his team continued to target corrupt institutions, expose data, and support protest movements. One day they were approached by a group of former intelligence agents who were disillusioned with the system and were ready to help the Shadows of Justice. These agents had unique skills and information that could greatly enhance Thomas's team. He decided to accept their offer and use their experience for new operations. The team began planning a series of attacks on hidden bases and hideouts of criminal structures. They developed complex operations that included infiltration, intelligence gathering, and destruction of enemy assets. These actions were supposed to deal a serious blow to the infrastructure of the criminal world. The first operation was successful. Thomas and his team infiltrated the base of a major drug cartel, destroyed drug stockpiles, and collected evidence, which was immediately turned over to the authorities. The second operation was directed against a group of arms dealers, and it also ended in success. With each new blow, the team became more experienced and confident in their abilities. Thomas knew that even greater challenges lay ahead, but he was ready to go to the end for the sake of his mission. He understood that their struggle for truth and justice was just beginning and that they must continue to fight despite all the dangers. Shadows of Justice continued its mission, becoming a symbol of resistance and hope for millions of people around the world. Their actions showed that even the most powerful and corrupt cannot escape justice. Thomas and his team believed that their efforts were not in vain and that they could change the world for the better. After numerous successful operations and exposures, Thomas began to realize that each new case increased the risk for him and his team. He understood that their struggle had already brought significant results, but he also saw that more and more dangers were befalling them. Thomas began to think about the future and came to the conclusion that it was time to end his criminal career in order to save the lives of his people and try to find peace. Thomas called the team into an emergency meeting at their hideout. He explained that what they were doing next was becoming increasingly dangerous and that they needed to find a way to leave before it was too late. They discussed their options together and decided that the best way to avoid persecution was to leave America and hide abroad. Thomas decided that he first needed to find a safe place to hide. He chose South America since they already had contacts in the region through previous operations. In addition, it was easier to get lost among local communities and find a new life. The team began planning their escape. They developed several stages, obtaining false documents, preparing a route, and ensuring safe departure. Thomas decided that they would need to split up to reduce the risk of detection. Each team member received his instructions and was ready to leave. At night, when activity in the city was minimal, the team began their journey to freedom. They used fake IDs to cross several borders within the country and avoid direct confrontations with the authorities. Thomas and Jenny chose a route through Mexico, where they planned to cross the border and meet the rest of the team at a pre-arranged location. Crossing the border was the most difficult part of their journey. Thomas and Jenny used their skills and connections to sneak through security checkpoints. They were helped by local smugglers with whom they agreed in advance. When they finally crossed the border, Thomas felt some of the burden lifted from his shoulders. In Mexico, the team came together again. They chose a small coastal town where they could hide for a while and decide what to do next. Thomas understood that life on the run required new skills and adaptations, but he was willing to do it for the safety of his people. Over the course of several months, Thomas and his team adapted to their new life. They found jobs in the local community and began rebuilding their lives. Thomas knew that their past would always be with them, but he also believed that they had a chance for a new beginning. Thomas continued to stay in touch with former allies and activists, helping them from a distance and sharing his experiences. He saw that their struggle was not in vain and that the world was beginning to change. Now he could watch this from afar, knowing that he had done everything possible for justice. Life in South America became a new stage for Thomas and his team. They have learned to live in a world where there is no constant fear and persecution. Thomas knew their story might end here, but his heart would always be determined to fight for justice, even if it would be done differently now. After Thomas and his team successfully escaped to South America, they realized that living together was becoming too dangerous. It was easier for authorities and criminal organizations to track them while they were in one place. Thomas suggested that each member of the team find their own hiding place in different parts of the world, where they would be more difficult to find. The team agreed to this plan. Each of them chose their own direction to start a new life. Jenny went to Europe, where she had old contacts who could help her get settled. Jack decided to move to Australia, hoping to start over with a clean slate in a country with a low population density. The rest of the team dispersed to different countries, choosing places where they would be more difficult to find. Thomas chose China. He knew that in such a huge and densely populated country, it would be easier to get lost and start a new life. In addition, he hoped that his skills and knowledge would help him find a job and integrate into the local community. Rumors about Thomas's whereabouts began to spread shortly after the team disbanded. Some said he was seen in Shanghai. Others said he was based in a small town in the south of the country. Thomas did his best to remain inconspicuous and not draw attention to himself. He settled in a small town in Yunnan province, far from large cities. Here he found a job as an English teacher at a local school and started a new life. The locals received him warmly, and Thomas began to feel part of the new community. However, despite all his efforts, his past continued to haunt him. He remained in touch with former team members, supporting them morally and financially. Thomas also continued to follow news about the fight against corruption and crime, rejoicing at each new success of activists and human rights defenders. Time passed, and Thomas learned to enjoy a quiet life. He discovered a new culture, made new friends, and began doing charity work helping local residents. Despite the shadows of his past, Thomas has found his place in the world. One day, while walking along the quiet streets of his new home, Thomas met a young girl who turned out to be a journalist from Europe. She recognized him and asked for an interview, hoping to tell his story to the world. Thomas thought about her proposal for a long time, realizing that this could again attract attention to him. He decided it was time to tell his story. Thomas agreed to the interview but stipulated that his whereabouts remain secret. He talked about his life, his struggle for justice, and how he decided to start over. The interview was published in the international media and caused a huge resonance. People all over the world admired his courage and determination. Thomas received many letters of support and gratitude from those who were inspired by his story. Thomas's life in China continued, but he now knew that his story became a symbol of hope and the fight for justice for many people. Despite all the trials, he believed that every person can change the world if he stands on the side of truth and justice.